The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good evening, everyone. This is Mayor Heidi Harmon, and I'd like to welcome you all to this City Council meeting. Unfortunately, not all council members are present. Councilmember Gomez has expressed that he was too busy to attend tonight, but the rest of us are here. And we'd like to start tonight with a presentation from City Manager Johnson.
Great. Well, thanks, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Glad to all see you again. And so we're gonna, as we move through, we'll be bringing an item back to get back on some reports from the city manager. I want to just provide a quick update on just general events and milestones we've reached in the city, and then I'll transition to an updated report on status with COVID-19. And then we're glad to have Vice President Keith Humphrey join us tonight, and who's going to be able to provide an update from Cal Poly related to COVID. So on the city manager front, you may have seen some of our social media posts. We have been really focusing on clean and safe in the downtown, and through the city council's investment, we invested in some new equipment to enhance our sweeping and cleaning of sidewalks in and around the city. we're already receiving some great feedback from businesses and from the community members that are just really enjoying seeing the equipment that we typically have just used on streets, but it's now being used on sidewalks. This equipment's also portable, meaning that we can also use it for other hard to sweep and clean places, such as bike paths in our city. So some of our Class 1 bike paths, we've gotten feedback over the years about the need to sweep. So it's going to have a lot of benefits to our community. For many of you that have been following the Marsh Street Bridge, we are actually ahead of schedule, and we're currently under budget. We are moving forward, and we should complete that project on schedule in the beginning of January. And so we'll either have a virtual, we'll most likely have a virtual ribbon cutting. We're excited to see that bridge finish up. And I would suggest that if you have kids or otherwise, it's a great way to spend some time watching the really amazing crews work on that project. We've continued on many different CIP projects in and around the cities, whether it's culvert replacement, pipe replacement, etc. And I'll be meeting with the team tomorrow to get an update on the status of our entire capital improvement program. I had a chance to go out with the team and look at the water resource recovery facility. That project is also moving forward on schedule and within our budget. They have really gone through some amazing milestones, and if you would like a tour, we're happy to give individual council members a tour of that facility. It is quite amazing. It is literally open heart surgery because we need to keep the facility operating while we also upgrade it. You likely also heard about our announcement of our partnership between Downtown SLO and CapSLO to expand and provide an outreach social worker in downtown, primarily related to homelessness. We're excited to announce that program. We think that it's really what we've been looking for. If you recall, this was one of the ideas that emerged last spring, and we were able to move this forward with our partnership with Downtown SLO. You also may have seen through some of our social media posts some of the public art that will feature local artists in and around the downtown with our paving project, which just wrapped up, which included many different ped and bike improvements. And that project, the artists will be out there for the next couple of weeks, and you'll be receiving a council memorandum in the next couple of days with more details. Our housing projects are moving full speed ahead. Avila Ranch began their grading work. San Luis Ranch continues to focus on their public improvements and also on their interior roads so that they can pull the necessary building permits. Orcut projects, housing projects continue to steam ahead, as well as many housing projects along Laurel Lane. If you go over to that area, that side of town, I think, is seeing a transformation, and there'll be there'll be some transportation improvements that really, I think, improve the circulation within that area. Many of you have probably taken note of some of the business vacancies downtown, and both Lee Johnson and Greg Herman continue to be our lead with Downtown SLO and working with our task force to identify short and long-term strategies to try to re-tenant those vacant storefronts. And you'll be seeing tonight, as part of the presentation on our from the financial report, a recommendation from the council subject to Revenue Enhancement Oversight Committee review to continue investment in the downtown and really make sure that we focus on economic resiliency and recovery. We anticipate, based on our conversations with Tommy Gong, switching to new council orientations, that we will have certified election results sometime likely next week. Given the outstanding ballots, we do think that Jan Marks is our council-elect, and we've already begun outreach to her and started some conversation. I'll be meeting with her later this week, and she'll be meeting with the city clerk to start orientations with all of the department heads and get up to speed on projects and programs and various other activities within the city. Next, to talk about Measure G, of course, the results do show that that measure was successful, and as a result of that measure being successful, we're starting our initial conversations both internally, and we'll be having some conversations with the Revenue Enhancement Oversight Committee. So before I shift to the COVID-19 report, is there any questions from the council? All right, seeing none, then we'll move through to the next slide, and I'll give the update as the Emergency Service Director for COVID-19. And so we can go to the next slide, and the recommendation tonight is just to receive the update. There is no action, and I'll run through a quick run of slides. Then next slide, please. So just by way of background, because we've now are in about our 8th month of an emergency, and this is the longest national and statewide and local emergency that we've had. And I just want to remind the council and those that are viewing tonight kind of our emergency operations center structure, and that how that's embodied in our incident action plan. And so the emergency operations center, it's our response typically to natural or other types of emergencies. All this is codified in Chapter 2.24 and enumerates the responsibilities of the Emergency Services Director, the council. That Chapter 2.24 outlines the powers and duties and offices. It requires the adoption of an emergency operations plan, which of course the council did earlier this year, which I'm very proud of, the fact that we were able to move that forward with Chief Agson's leadership. And it also concurrently provides for how we're to make expenditures. So I just wanted to remind you of the structure, who are currently in the spots within the organizational chart. We have been shifting out people in positions, but you can see some of our key staff, sometimes 80–90% of their time is related to responsibilities serving and supporting our incident action plan. Next slide. So by way of background, we've also, we began actions as the Disaster Council, and the way this works is typically the Emergency Services Director will move forward a proclamation, which then has to be ratified or amended or annulled by the Disaster Council. And here is just a quick summary of many of the Disaster Council actions that have been passed by resolutions. You, of course, have taken other actions since the beginning of March. And I think one of the more important ones that was taken was back on April 7th April 7th of this year, which essentially affirms that we'll be enforcing all public health restrictions imposed by the state and the county. And that's really enabled us to be agile and nimble. As we saw yesterday with the governor's announcement, we see new standards coming out, new guidance, new requirements for masks, for example, and we need that agility and nimbleness, and I think that'll be where we need to stay moving forward. I won't go through all of these in detail, and the city attorney's office has been tracking these and looking at the timelines for when they will expire and how and the related enforcement provisions. Next slide.
And Derek, just on that note, the governor did remove the requirement to renew periodically the disaster declarations during the pendency of the state disaster declaration.
Oh, great, thank you. So recent activity at the state, COVID-19 by the numbers. Unfortunately, we hit a milestone of over 1 million cases. Currently, we're tracking about 16.5 new cases per day per 100,000 with roughly a 5.2 positivity rate. We saw yesterday state action, 39 counties move back into the more restrictive tier. County of SLO slipped back into tier 1, or what is called as purple. Of course, we moved from the purple to the red tier back on September 22nd. So we know the purple tier. We've actually spent most of the time as a county in the purple tier, which we transitioned to from the shelter and home requirements. What also happened yesterday, that there was a strengthening of face covering guidance, which I'll describe in detail. There was a travel advisory that's issued by the governor, updated private gathering guidance, and the state indicated that they're considering a statewide curfew. Next slide. A COVID-19 cases count in SLO County. As of today, we had over 5,300 cases. We have 12.5 new cases per day per 100,000, which is less than the state, but still not where we want to be. We've seen a rise in the overall positivity rate to 5.1%. And you can see the 14-day average, which really across the state really rang the alarm bells of why we needed to adjust the tiers, the status, the guidance, et cetera, for all 58 counties and our county specifically. Next slide. Cases by location. Unfortunately, the city of San Luis Obispo continues to climb up, and we have seen day after day roughly 50% of the cases in our county approximately are related to the city of San Luis Obispo. A lot of that being driven by Cal Poly spread, and appreciate that we've got staff tonight here from Cal Poly. I would just note that irrespective of the fact that Cal Poly has contributed to the amount of cases within our city, nevertheless, one of the statements that was made by Dr. Borenstein on Monday was that we would have likely moved back into the purple tier anyways, just with the amount of cases that we were seeing spread throughout the rest of the county. Next slide. The County of San Luis Obispo, the purple tier, what does it mean? Outdoors only with modifications, restaurants and wineries, museums, zoos, aquariums, places of worship, movie theaters, family entertainment centers, and gyms. And I know this is a big hardship on our downtown businesses. What can stay open indoors with modifications is hair and nail salons and personal care services. So there's really specific guidance and PPE requirements for those personal care services. What can remain open indoors is retail at 25% capacity, grocery stores at 50% capacity. We are requiring for non-essential offices, remote work only, and what closes is bars, breweries, and wineries. And I'll talk a little bit about that in more detail when I talk about a little bit some of our enforcement. Next slide. The city actions, we have increased proactive patrols and enforcement. We have continued our business support and resources, our community and business hotline, our business help form, virtual retail, wellness, and dining maps. We'll be refreshing those. We continue to update our business resource page. Of course, the council knows we established in partnership with the Chamber and the SLO County Foundation, distributed funding through our Small Business Relief Fund. We are also working on Open SLO program for outdoor dining and parklets. We have our tenant improvement permitting process, which is our TIP Fast program, which we've been using to help expedite re-tenanting of some of our vacant commercial spaces. We've completely activated fitness in our parks program, as we know when talking to our colleagues in mental health at the county that is, of course, an ongoing need for people to be able to exercise and get outdoors. We are supporting our local holiday campaign. You'll see some media come out soon for people to safely come downtown and shop. We have our Light Up Downtown program that we're continuing to work on to provide for safe activation of spaces in the downtown consistent with health and safety guidelines. And then, of course, our communication team continues to push out lots of information. The team has done a tremendous job trying to break down the complicated guidance from CDC, from the California Department of Public Health, and from the governor and from the county, and produce that in digestible formats for our community. Next slide. So the new mask requirements, I won't go into great detail. I would say the overall narrative is that you must wear a face covering outside with very few exceptions. And the exceptions have narrowed based upon the setting and the type of individual. I won't go through, I think there's 8 settings and 7 exceptions. I can't remember exactly, but for the full listing of exceptions, the California Department of Public Health has put out the guidance, and we put a link up there, and we'll certainly have it available at the city's webpage. We do know that if each of us wears a mask, everyone is protected. There has been new data and information in science, which has been evolving over time, that shows from the CDC that shows that masks protect other people as well as the person that wears them. So you'll be seeing in the downtown more reinforcements, and we'll be doing business visits to make sure that everyone understands that masks are pretty much required with very, very few exceptions. Next slide. Pending governor items that we know that he socialized and telegraphed may be coming is, and here's the new tiers, mean that an assignment may occur on any day of the week and may occur more than 1 week, meaning that the California Department of Public Health determines the most recent reliable data and will act sooner to address COVID-19 transmission in the county. We may be moved back to more than 1 tier if the data supports it. The key considerations are the rate of increase, the public health capacity, and other factors. They will be doing a more complete assessment in light of all the circumstances. Counties may be required to implement individual sector changes the day of or the day following the tier announcement. So this is different, and what you see is much more accelerated action be expected of both counties and cities. The governor did announce and spoke about particularly some European countries that have implemented curfew orders. And so I've asked Interim Chief Smith to take a look at what would it require in terms of enforcement resources, what would be our communication requirements, what would be the exceptions. We don't know what this curfew order may look like, and then overall, what would be the resources that would be imposed upon the city to enforce any curfew order that is ultimately announced. Next slide. Our communication efforts, I just want to give a small sampling of what we continue to push out. We continue to see very good uptake in our communication and continue to expand the people that rely upon accurate information and data from the city of San Luis Obispo. The bottom tile on the bottom right corner provides that business and community hotline, which I'll talk about more in just a moment. Next slide. So the outlook is, we'll be looking at tier status. We'll be talking with Cal Poly and working with them on both the departure and looking at winter quarter. We are continuing to communicate to the community that people should be getting their flu vaccinations if they haven't got them already. We are planning in partnership with the County of San Luis Obispo for how a vaccine would be administered when it becomes widely available. And then, of course, on an ongoing basis, we're looking at potential state actions and positioned to be nimble and agile to respond to those. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about enforcement and just remind the council and the community that the council did expand the safety enhancement zone. It did allow for a modified process, which means that we can go straight to citation, and it does allow for immediate fines. In terms of the overall citations, we've issued over 150 since council implemented this. On the business compliance side, we've made over 535 contacts related to enforcement and education and outreach since the pandemic started. I just want to remind someone, because this is one of my personal peeves, is that if you see something, social media is not the way to report it. Don't post it, report it. And so I provided here the phone number 783-7835. It's staffed during regular business hours, or on not business hours, you can always call the non-emergency line. And so we'll be pushing out some information from our police department, but we're seeing frustration out there in social media where people see something, they say something, but it's in social media and it's not resulting in an actual enforcement. So we're going to be trying to reinforce people using the enforcement hotline and making sure we can get more immediate action, because that's really, really important. And then last, number 5, the business support. We have the business opening inquiry form, which allows business owners to ask for clarifications on what they can do and what operations can be performed at any given time. Next slide. And this is a screenshot from the page that outlines the city's actions to support our local economy, and we update this frequently as we get information for the state of California. Next slide. So with that, Madam Mayor, that concludes my report, and happy to entertain any questions before we ask Dr. Humphrey to give an update from Cal Poly.
Thank you so much, Derek. I appreciate all of that. That was very comprehensive, and I hope that a lot of folks are watching so they can hear all of that. I appreciate the social media push, and that's been really helpful. And what I think we need to probably add into our communication strategy are some more IRL, as they say, in real life communication strategies. So a lot of communities, for example, have in their downtowns in particular, but throughout their communities in general, what we might identify as yard signs, signage of that type that communicates the key things that we want to communicate, whether it's the consequences of not wearing a mask or what have you. We can talk about that later, but I think that we need some bigger, more clear communications in real life, in addition to our social media strategy. So hopefully we can add that into what we're already doing.
Great.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions or anything they'd like to add into that conversation? And then also, sorry, I see you, Councilmember Stewart. But on the still on the side of communication, I'm receiving, when I post about COVID, a lot of frustration on the part of the community in various areas. So I don't know how we get more communication out there, but it just seems like people don't seem to, there's a frustration, it feels like, percolating from folks that feel like they are so-called doing the right thing and feel like maybe others, I would say particularly students, so I'm excited to hear from Cal Poly tonight, are not in alignment with the values of the city and the laws that we're seeing present with the governor's new announcement, et cetera. So it just seems like there's a still more opportunity to communicate in various platforms about all that we actually are doing in terms of enforcement of these guidelines. Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you. I really appreciate your thorough report. It's good to have a, kind of a reminder of what's been happening from March till now. With the citations, the 150 plus, can you say, are they all mask related, for example, or, what were some of the breakdown of the citations?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Stewart, I don't have a breakdown, and apologize for that. I see City Attorney Dietrich jumping on. She probably has a better command of the stats, I think, and Greg Herman's on, but I think that it's certainly been largely gathering related, but I'll defer to both Christine and Greg.
And while you're answering, maybe the citations and the contacts, just to get it all done at once.
And I apologize, I don't have the number breakdown, but the vast majority of what is coming through my office is appeals of administrative citations, and the vast majority of those are related to social gatherings, largely in the home. We have also had a number of business citations, so businesses that have opened when they were not supposed to be open, or were conducting business in a manner that was deemed unsafe after being having the business outreach and having the education opportunity. So we're not taking that as a first route of enforcement. We do have police officers making contacts during off hours, and also our code enforcement staff has been very proactive in reaching out, especially to the business community. But the vast majority of citations that we're seeing through my office are the unsafe social gatherings in violation of the public health and safety orders. And I'll defer to Mr. Herman.
Sure, and that's all accurate. So the breakdown really quickly, the 150 is since September and specific to parties and gatherings. So those are citations that would include violation of public health orders for gatherings outside of what's allowed, unruly gathering, noise ordinance, things of that sort. It does not include business citation violations. The 535, those are the different contacts that we've had with individual businesses, and we can pull the stats on business specific citations if the council would like.
Great, thank you so much.
Councilmember Pease.
Thanks. So does that mean that we haven't been giving citations for not wearing their mask in public?
I'd have to check on the citations for that one. I don't have that information present.
So we maybe are, it's just it doesn't show up in that statistic. Is that what you're saying? Of the 150?
Yeah, the 100.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's been minimal in terms of emphasis, it seems like.
Individual mask compliance has not been the focus, and largely from a resource availability standpoint. And also because of the difficulty of the exceptions, which are very difficult to discern on an individual basis. So there are, I can tell you from personal experience as the mom of a teenager working in a retail establishment, that there are a great many folks out there asserting medical exceptions. That is not something that's easily discernible in the field. So it is a very high resource form of enforcement. So we have focused our available resources on the gatherings and the places that we know we're seeing spread in the community based on the data that we're getting from public health.
And have the governor or the state, I should say, I don't specifically the governor or not, but made that adjustment around folks that claim exceptions that they still have to now in this current new iteration of these restrictions have to wear a face covering of some type, a face shield, if they can't wear a mask. So would that not set us up for the ability to more effectively enforce mask wearing?
We have seen some retail establishments that have moved forward. A large national chain did announce that if you didn't wear a mask, then you had to wear a face shield. That did not show up as I had hoped personally in the state legislation. What the state the governor's announcement narrowed it and basically indicated that it was rare circumstances and emphasized rare that someone should have a medical exception that would require them not to have a mask. It still, I think, is, Ms. Dietrich points out, puts us in a difficult position in terms of enforcement because we can't force someone to disclose what that medical condition is to us should we decide to want to take enforcement. So we're trying to use education and outreach. We heard from our nation's top medical official today, Dr. Fauci, as we've seen, particular states in the Midwest, and we've seen cases spread rapidly, and governors and elected officials who were very resistant to statewide mask orders start to impose those. And he pointed out that, while that is certainly helpful, us not having a national strategy and a uniform practice across the United States continues to contribute to confusion and I think the lack of uptake. And so I'm hopeful that we'll see some of that in the near future and we can have more unified approach about how we're going to tackle this pandemic.
Absolutely. I think that's really essential that we all take the appropriate amount of responsibility that we each have, either as individuals or as a city organization, or as we're about to hear, as the university organization, while we all remember that there's been a complete vacuum in leadership at the federal level that is absolutely amplified this problem to the extent that we're experiencing it now. So thank you for that. Okay, with that then, Derek, did you have anything else that you wanted to add, or would you like to?
Yeah, if Dr. Humphrey wants to come and join us, and he can provide an update on Cal Poly. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Derek. Good evening, Mayor Harmon and members of City Council. I'm Keith Humphrey, Vice President for Student Affairs at Cal Poly and a resident of the city of San Luis Obispo. My pronouns are he, his, him, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. We all recognize that we are at a point of criticality in our pandemic locally. As the majority of Cal Poly students leave this week when the residence halls close on Saturday, I want to highlight that our collaborative planning with the city and county has been implemented well and has resulted in Cal Poly taking preventative measures early to avoid viral spread. These include significant testing to help identify early cases and contribute to overall county positivity rate data, and an aggressive quarantine in place program for students living on campus when a member of their residential community tests positive. While this has resulted in many hundreds of students under quarantine, it is a proactive step to limit the activity of those who may have been exposed and reduces the likelihood that they will test positive. Additionally, we isolate students within hours of their test results so that we remove positive individuals from our community, including using a local hotel when the time needed to clean and disinfect on-campus spaces before reoccupying those rooms would have left positive students in the community for too long. This also involves regular communication with the County Department of Public Health that allows us to compare data and identify trends early, including the one with some of our sororities and residential students. And finally, off-campus enforcement has been strong and highlights the long-standing partnership that we have with the city to maintain neighborhood wellness. Cal Poly continues to receive reports and hold students accountable when they do not uphold public health guidelines. Here are our statistics as of November 12th. We have received 260 cases related to COVID-19 within the Office of Student Rights and Responsibilities this fall. Our club and organization-related cases related to COVID-19 number 9. Looking deeper at those cases, 60 of those cases involve on-campus gatherings, while 55 of those 60 cases involve 10 students or fewer. 56 cases have been referred to us for off-campus gatherings by the San Luis Obispo Police Department. Of those 56 cases from off-campus, 17 involve over 10 people, and 39 of them involve 10 people or less. These numbers are all dramatically lower than in previous years when we were not in a pandemic. Students that have violated standards have been suspended, placed on disciplinary probation, and placed on deferred suspension or revocation of their housing license agreement. I'm proud of how they have stepped up to meet the challenges of the moment. A supermajority of them are upholding guidelines and doing all the things they can to keep themselves healthy and slow the spread. We have seen how the actions of a few not following guidelines can have negative impacts on the whole. Cal Poly will continue to educate and enforce and hold students accountable throughout the coming terms to ensure that public health is upheld throughout San Luis Obispo when our students return January 3rd for winter quarter. We are guiding our students to gradually re-enter the community over that first week. Those that don't have commitments in the first part of the week should wait to create space for those that do. Students who live on campus or come to campus to learn or use services must complete a COVID-19 test 3 to 7 days before returning to San Luis Obispo and provide proof prior to returning. They are also required to comply with our ongoing testing programs, a minimum of once per week in the first 2 weeks of the quarter. Students living in the surrounding community who don't plan to come to campus are strongly encouraged to make appointments and follow our testing schedule. We will transition to saliva-based testing in mid-January. This new method, developed by our faculty, will allow us to test many more people much more quickly. Our current estimate is 4,000 tests per day, and the tests will be processed on campus. Additionally, wastewater testing is still planned. Isolation space on campus is planned to increase in winter quarter as the potential for increased cases exists during the active portion of the flu season. In closing, Cal Poly appreciates the close partnership with both the city and county leadership that has helped to proactively promote public health in San Luis Obispo. That concludes my report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for that. I know you and I spoke a little bit earlier today, and so I shared getting a lot of energy around Cal Poly and COVID on social media. So I did share that you would be here tonight and ask the community for their questions. So I'll just briefly go over those if you don't mind, Keith.
Certainly.
Thank you for that opportunity. I know the community appreciates that. Tuition relief, is there any conversation about that? Is that happening with the shift in the, what's happening with Cal Poly? Is there any conversation about tuition relief?
Tuition and fees are established at the system level by the CSU Board of Trustees. So that is not something that we address here locally. And that's a matter for our board to address.
And so if someone wanted to advocate for that, they go to the Board of Trustees.
Yeah. Yes. The board actually met today. Their next meeting, I believe, is in January. And students do go and speak at public comment, similar to public comment at City Council, and share their thoughts. In places where Cal Poly can, we have relaxed some of our fees or reduced some of our fees to make the experience affordable for students. We reduced our residence hall fees this year for the rooms that students are living in. We reduced orientation fees and a number of other steps to help students manage the challenges that they're presented with financially, including distributing over $7 million in both federal and local based aid to students from the CARES Act.
Okay, I might follow up with you personally to get all those details so I can share those out if you don't mind.
Sure.
I briefly touched on this, but can you expand just a bit about the safety protocols when students return after the holidays?
Sure. The first step is we have a number of social media and campaigns as well as communications planned for students that will start 2 weeks before students return, where we will be encouraging them to start a quarantine, to really aggressively self-monitor their behavior and their interactions, so that they are doing everything that they can to make sure that when they do test prior to returning, that they are presenting with a negative test so that we can allow them to come back and return and live on campus. That is a requirement to check in. We will then very quickly, in most cases within the first 24 hours, test those students also at our ongoing testing facility at the Performing Arts Center to verify that status and make sure that any viral load has not grown in an individual, as the start of the quarter is very close to some major holidays and gathering times. So we'll also be encouraging our students to avoid gatherings outside their immediate family household during the end of the 2020 year.
That includes New Year's Eve. That's what he's trying to tell you, even though he's not saying that. Okay.
I go to bed early, so I'll be okay.
New Year's Eve for amateurs. I mean, public New Year's Eve. Okay. For folks or students that live off campus and test positive, do they have the same access to, like the hotel quarantine? How are you treating students that live off campus in terms of positive COVID folks?
Sure. Our isolation space on campus is for students who live on campus only.
Okay.
We do not have the ability to house all of the positive cases on campus that come up in the community. We only have information about students who test positive at our own on-campus lab. So we know students who live off campus who test with us, and we know their results. We do have communication that goes to them, that we work with them to help them understand what the expectations and obligations are of isolating, what their apartment or housemates should do to maintain a quarantine, and all of the steps to help them navigate someone in their household becoming positive. We don't receive the data on students who test a county site or at a med stop or other urgent care facility, for example. So public health works with those students to make sure they understand the expectations and treat them like regular community citizens.
Okay, that was going to be my clarifying thought. So they're more in the category of all of us here in the community. And on that note, just want to remind the community that the students are very much a part of our community. They're not a separate thing to be treated differently or at times worse is oftentimes what I'm hearing. And I recognize how frustrating and with all like due compassion for everyone, like what a tough time we're in for everybody, business owners, the community elders, etc. And while it's true that the Cal Poly students, have contributed in some way to our numbers, but as Keith mentioned, and I think Derek too, that Dr. Boynstein, our county public health officer, made it absolutely clear that we would still be in the purple tier even without the numbers that are associated directly with students in Cal Poly. And so I think that while we want to call people up, students and all of us included, for everyone to do their best, to show up with a community kind of mindset that we don't want to demonize any group, and that includes the students. Councilmember Christensen.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Derek, for your earlier report, and thank you, Vice President Humphrey, for your further information. I've really appreciated the partnership that you and the Cal Poly have been doing with the city in terms of enforcement and information sharing. My question is really more of a casual one, which is we know that, of course, the vast majority of Cal Poly students are complying with the pandemic rules. But for the ones who didn't and haven't, we know they were for a while there because it's, they've been back for 3 months. So do you have any idea, just again, casual guesses, I don't expect expertise in terms of studies done, but what happened? What did they just get tired, or what happened with the increased numbers recently?
So, I think, again, we're seeing what everyone else is seeing around the country right now. So
right.
College students aren't
I can't explain it there either.
Right. But as I mentioned, we have a great partnership with the San Luis Obispo County Department of Public Health. Our team talks regularly, daily actually, with the leadership of that department, and they analyze case data and trends, and that allowed us to pick up some of the trends that came out of some of our social sorority groups. Okay. We believe that those came from well-intentioned efforts for new members of the organization to come to their new chapter house to pick up new member materials at socially distant appointed times, and then leave. But not everybody left, and so those individuals are all new members. They're all mostly first or second year students. We believe that there was spread there that they brought back into the residence halls, and spread happened there. We also, at about the same time, had a number of the larger gatherings on campus detected in Poly Canyon Village, confronted by our staff, broken up by our staff. We document the individuals that are present, and we can track the individuals who are at those events testing positive 7 to 14 days later. And so when we find people at those events, we immediately ask them to quarantine because they've been at something that is likely to contribute to spread. So we ask them to take those preventative steps. Some do, and some don't. So casually, those would be two of the main places that we have seen growth in our community.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I just was wondering. That sounds very human, and I know that's probably happening elsewhere. Not to say that that's it's understandable on a human level. It's unfortunate in terms of protecting the community, not only their health, but in terms of our economic recovery and everybody's ability to get back. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Certainly.
Councilmember Stewart.
Thank you for coming here, Vice President Humphrey. I cannot remember what you said around the saliva testing. Will that help our testing numbers in the sense of even though the students have contributed at times, we've also had the help of the testing, right? Locally?
Certainly. Yeah, the volume of testing that Cal Poly has done this quarter, we've been one of the largest testing agencies in the county, and that has definitely helped, as I mentioned in my comments, to drive the positivity rate down. We know we identify a lot of healthy people through that process. We anticipate doing up to 4,000 tests a day, which is 20,000 tests in a 5-day week, and inserting that data into the county's efforts. And so we believe we will be positive contributors again to the overall county data when that program begins the first week in January.
And will the faculty staff be able to utilize that saliva testing as well, or will that be the separate testing?
I don't know the answer to that, Councilmember Stewart. I apologize. We can find out for that, but I'm solely focused this week on students. So
Sure.
we will get that data back to you. But we have tested about 2,000 of our faculty and staff as well this quarter to help them know their status, those that are in the classroom, those that are out in the community. So that has also been a contributing factor to our overall test load.
Great, thank you.
Certainly.
And just to hop in here, just to give you a sense of how much that testing capacity, once the Cal Poly puts that in place, as of last night, 20,000 tests had been tested for COVID-19, and so just to give you how much of a scale up that system, once it's put in place, will have in terms of capacity for our region, and that testing capacity, assuming that the state continues with its system for how it counts cases and caseloads, and then also discounts for testing capacity, will be critical.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Then with that, we will continue on to public comment. City Clerk, do we have any speakers? Teresa?
Oh, Teresa, we're not hearing you if you're talking.
Okay,
I'm going to
no,
step.
I'm sorry, my computer wasn't cooperating with me. No, we have no one signed up for public comment not on the agenda.
All right, thank you for that. And then with that, we will move to the consent agenda. This is for items that are deemed non-controversial, and sometimes we get that wrong. And so I want to know, I understand right away that we're going to pull item number 11 and put that into the regular city council meeting. So that will shift to being.
Excuse me, Mayor, we have the advisory body recommendations first.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you. Let's do that.
Okay, so in August, 2 resignations were received, creating vacancies on the Human Relations Commission and the Citizens Revenue Enhancement Oversight Commission. Teleconference interviews were held for both advisory bodies in October, with 8 qualified candidates interviewed for the HRC and 3 qualified candidates interviewed for the REOC. Unfortunately, today we were informed that the candidate selected for the HRC position has withdrawn his application due to the fact that he is going to be moving out of the city. So our recommendation tonight is based from the Council Liaison Subcommittee that we appoint Matt Quaglino to the position on the REOC for a 3-year term ending June 30th, 2022. And that concludes the report.
Councilmember Christensen,
I'll go ahead and move the recommendation.
Councilmember Stewart,
I'll second.
City Clerk,
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Councilmember Pease,
Yes.
Mayor Harmon.
no. And so that passes 3-1 with Councilmember Gomez absent. Okay. Now we're ready to move on to the consent agenda. And I know that we want to pull item number 11 to be incorporated into our regular city council meeting. Outside of that, are there any questions or feedback from my council members? Seeing none, City Clerk, do we have any public comment on?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yes, we do. On item number 5, we
Okay,
have one public comment.
okay.
Let me get back over there. Now my computer's not working right. Here, that'll help. Okay. So the person for public comment is Bernadette Bernardi, and I will unmute her microphone. Okay. Bernadette, you'll have to unmute your microphone also. Okay, she does not seem to be able to unmute this time.
It's so strange.
Teresa, have we, I
Yeah.
mean, that's happened a couple times. I know sometimes, no, I don't know Bernadette at all. So no, I know sometimes in my case in technology, it's personal error. Have we investigated that to understand that more deeply if sometimes our system is not functioning appropriately?
From what I understanding on all of the other meetings, it's usually the person's computer is not allowing it to access the program, and sometimes it's just they don't know. That's why we display all the screens during the first part of the meeting, showing people where to mute and unmute from, because everything I show, she's connected to audio and everything else. It's just
We can't hear anything.
yeah.
Okay. I mean, maybe even if,
Can you
Oh,
hear
there
me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you for your patience with me. And yeah, it was, I think, probably mostly user error and a combination of things.
We all do
Well, thank
it.
you, first of all. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody seems frozen to me on my computer. Is that my computer?
It might be. We can hear you. I can hear you beautifully. So if
Yeah.
you want to, if something sounds weird for us, I'll let you know.
Okay. Thank you so much for your understanding. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Diversity and Equity Inclusion Task Force for their recommendation for a grant for Literacy for Life. And thank you, Madam Mayor and Council people for considering that recommendation. Literacy for Life mission is to transform the community, empowering individuals by removing barriers to success and strengthening relationships through the power of literacy. We're a nonprofit committed to teaching non-literate adults 16 and older to read, write, and speak English. And as a result of these English language communication skills, individuals are empowered to begin a positive cycle of family-wide literacy that carries through generations, understand the basic English and number skills needed to thrive in everyday life, pursue increased opportunities of employment, housing, and health, and strengthen the relationships through the higher self-esteem that comes with education. Through our family literacy program, we assure that home libraries thrive, finally to break the cycle of illiteracy in families. Studies have shown that the #1 factor to help reduce illiteracy is the presence of books in the home. Our program supports Latinx, Asian, Black, Caucasian, Pacific Islander, Native American, and any ethnicity that seeks our help. We do not discriminate against any individual regardless of sexual orientation and/or gender identity. We encourage individuals to disclose how and to whom they identify if they are comfortable doing so, though we do not require that they do so. During COVID, our program is rendered virtually with few exceptions, strictly following our county's health officials' guidelines. When it is safe to do so, our program will return to its physical in-person sites, though we will allow for ongoing virtual teaching and learning if that continues to be a preference for any tutor-learner pair. We will continue to recruit and train. Presently, we've conducted virtually tutor trainings, and we just completed our second one with a total of 9 potential new volunteer tutors. Our tutors are key to our work. We cannot serve our learners without our trained, dedicated volunteer tutors. At this point, and these numbers show 65% less than what we would normally have pre-COVID, we are serving 22 Asian and 17 Latinx individuals in the city of San Luis Obispo. Thank you again for considering the recommendation from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force Committee for the grant that they have recommended to Literacy for Life. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so folks know, there might be a little bit of a confusion here because item number 5 in the consent is from the Human Relations Commission's recommended priorities for the community development block grants, et cetera. And we actually have the task force recommendations later on in the evening, but there is some connection there. So thank you for that. Okay, then with that, would someone like to make a motion on consent outside of item number 11? Councilmember Christensen.
Yes, I'll go ahead and move consent items except for item 11, which we've pulled and put onto the regular agenda. And thank you again for staff for all the work you're doing, and to the Human Relations Commission for the great work that they did sorting through all of those applications. I know it's really tough. That's a tough job.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease. City Clerk.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Pease,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes, thank you very much to the HRC as well. I appreciate you listening to all of the input back from the nonprofits.
Mayor Harmon.
Yes, and with that, it passes 4 to Councilmember Gomez is not present. All right, and now we will move on to item number 11, and I believe that Robert Hill and Greg Herman have a staff report or some information to provide to inform this conversation.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Bob Hill will be joining shortly, but we do have a full presentation on this item for the Council and the public. So the item is before you tonight because Council action is required if there's a desire to continue the program at this point. And I want to acknowledge and recognize that this is not the originally planned approach that we had, and that is really simply a function of balancing the various roles that we've had to play over the last year. But what we do have is what we feel is a measured alternative in a temporary 1-season extension of the program with a commitment to come back to the Council next year. That being said, it is clear that there's a lot of engagement on this topic, and so we have a variety of other options that the Council may wish to consider as well if they choose to do that. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Bob Hill, our Sustainability and Natural Resources official, for the presentation.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, Mayor Harmon and members of the Council. Can everyone hear me and see me okay? Great, wonderful. As Mr. Herman mentioned, during this past spring, the initial 2-year pilot program concluded on March the 4th, and indeed we—
Can I ask where Councilmember Stewart is? I'm just not seeing her. Is she?
You might have gotten up to use the restroom, and on that note, we expect a long meeting tonight, and so my colleagues, I'd like to just invite you, if you need to pop up and use the restroom, please do so. Of course, we will take a break. But if you need to pop up for a moment, please do so.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Harmon. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Carlin.
Sorry,
Thanks.
sorry, Bob.
I do as well. We want to make sure everyone's ready to go here. Again, I just wanted to point out, as council's aware, we initiated a 2-year pilot program, and indeed that pilot program ended on March the 4th of this last spring. And by March 17th, we were in shelter-in-place orders and had established our Emergency Operations Center, or EOC, where I continue to serve a function. And so suffice to say, we've had other things on our mind and other things that we've been attending to. And so really our recommendation tonight is, in the absence of recent opportunities to seek council direction, we're coming with the item here tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Wonderful. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
You see the slideshow?
I can see your home screen with some sort of bizarre floral situation happening that I don't know the origin of, but I'm guessing you do.
Hold on a minute. Working on it.
It looks cool though.
It does. Looks like
That
a
is a photo that a good friend of mine took from Reservoir Canyon of Our Lord's candle as it's unfurling and showing its flowers in springtime. Sorry about that. That's not what I meant to show. Hold on. We're going to get it here in a sec.
Can we see some cute pictures of your kids?
How are we doing now?
There we go.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. And thanks for your patience with me as I sort out the technology. I haven't done this in a little while, so still sorting it out. Again, so our recommendation here really tonight is we haven't had a chance to come to City Council and seek your direction on how you want to deal with the pilot program now that it's concluded. And that is due largely to our response to the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. And so if council should choose to move forward with the pilot program in the near term, the following actions are recommended. Approve a resolution adopting an addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration for the project, which would temporarily extend the pilot program for 1 additional season with no other changes and with all programmatic elements and implementation and mitigation measures to continue. And secondarily, direct staff to come back to City Council in April 2021 following the conclusion of the additional 3rd season to file the final summary report and provide direction regarding any future open space evening hours of use that the City Council may wish to consider. I'm sorry, now my screen won't advance to the next slide. There we go. Project review and background, prior council direction. As council may recall, a variety of members of the public account City Council for items not on the agenda and asked for a reconsideration of open space hours of use when daylight savings time is not in effect during the winter time. We held a suite of public hearings and study sessions in February, March, and October of 2017. And then ultimately in early 2018, the City Council approved the 2-year pilot program and adopted the mitigated negative declaration pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. Since that time, in accordance with City Council direction and approval, staff has implemented the pilot program at the 118-acre Cerro San Luis Natural Reserve, and that direction included a detailed and specific project description allowing extended evening hours of use for paths of recreational purposes along 4.9 miles of trail during winter months when daylight savings time is not in effect. Briefly, I'd like to remind council that Cerro San Luis Natural Reserve was chosen purposely, primarily because it is what might be thought of as an ecological island in part, not connected to major migration corridors and wildlife areas such as, for example, our Stenner Springs Natural Reserve, which is contiguous with Los Padres National Forest, and or our Irish Hills Natural Reserve, which is contiguous with the larger Irish Hills system, including all of Montaña de Oro and the Diablo Canyon lands. Also at Cerro San Luis Natural Reserve, we have relatively good access in terms of emergency response and the ability to monitor and patrol the property. So the pilot program took place during the 2 winter seasons in 2018 and 19 and through 2019 and 20. During those periods, the public was allowed to access the property from 1 hour before sunrise until 8:30 p.m. At the conclusion of the pilot program, hours of use returned back to the normal rules under our open space regulations. There were 4 mitigation measures identified as part of that MND under the California Environmental Quality Act at the time the program was adopted. These were wildlife monitoring and adaptive management, and our ranger service and the local environmental consulting firm Terra Verde conducted wildlife monitoring. I will show you a little bit of that in a moment. We installed wildlife water resources, 2 wildlife-friendly guzzlers that are fed from a natural spring right below the M at Cerro San Luis. And then we installed an educational kiosk and informational signs at the trailhead. And then lastly, and this was a late addition that was finally included at that January 2018 hearing, an evening use permitting system, a reservation permitting system was developed and implemented using an app or a computer-based application. That was really important because ultimately we received through the delivered process good feedback from members of the public highlighting that because the peer-reviewed literature that we had found regarding what impacts may occur to nocturnal and crepuscular wildlife, that there could be some impacts there, but the extent and long-term severity and cumulative effects are unknown. We did locate also another case study from another city that had considered evening hours of use. That's the city of Boulder, Colorado, who also, in fact, our open space program is modeled after theirs. They're real pioneers in this space, and they've also grappled with these issues and ultimately adopted a very segmented program like ours. So here is an example of a larger buck that we captured on camera through our wildlife monitoring and adaptive management mitigation measure. Here is an example of both the wildlife camera here mounted onto a eucalyptus tree and the watering trough with the climb out feature for wildlife here. That's the second mitigation measure. The third one was to provide the educational kiosk and informational signs and materials. So here's the informational kiosk on the left that was installed directly onto the panel was installed directly onto the kiosk itself, as well as the informational signs were indicating that a permit is required. This is an example of what the cell phone application looks like. So how you would actually register and receive a permit. For those that do not use the cell phone or computer, they were also available at the front counter of the Parks and Recreation Department office. At a very high level, to briefly recapture some of the permitting here, you can see in 2018 through 19, we had a total of 3,160 permits that were issued. The vast majority of those were for hiking, with just about 2,800 there, and a little over 300 were for biking. We asked people when they were registering for the permit what their intended use was going to be. In 2019, we saw similar numbers, and overall, a few less numbers as well. The chart on the bottom there is just from last year only, but the same pattern in both years, and that was that we saw that in the month of November, in the beginning of the program, that the number of permits that were being reserved were not even approaching the maximum of number 65, often times under 30 or in the 20 to 25 range. The same was true, even less so, in January and February and March. And what we know is that many families and friends like to get together and do the hiking around the holidays. So what would be next steps? Again, if should council continue to move forward with an extension, a temporary extension of the pilot program. This year, daylight savings time has already ended on November 1st and will resume again on March 14th. In the immediate near term, we're not in a position to continue the pilot program without subsequent environmental review steps, because that project description in the original MND was very specific. It would be for these 2 years between these dates. So an addendum to the existing document that simply extends the pilot program temporarily for 1 year only with no other changes is permissible without circulating for a 30-day public review period. It's also required under CEQA guidelines that we find that that there are no other conditions that would change the original underlying assumptions that we made in that MND. So that we didn't, for example, find that the circumstances had changed, or that new impacts were identified, or that the mitigation measures were not feasible, those kinds of things. And we have not found any of those conditions to exist. And so should council wish to continue for the additional season, we would need to consider and adopt the addendum, which is part of the resolution, and the addendum itself has been included in your council agenda packet this evening. Finally, I wanted to touch briefly on some fiscal and staffing impacts. No additional resources were associated with the pilot program. There were some direct fiscal impacts to establish the pilot program, relatively minor expenditures for purchasing the new field equipment, the educational materials and signs, the biological surveys, and implementing and hosting the website for the reservation permit system. We won't need to continue. We wouldn't need to further we would need no further equipment purchases. However, we would continue to do the biological surveys and continue to host the reservation permit system. It's our ranger service, my good colleagues, and Ranger Doug Carskaden and his staff that would need to continue the additional oversight, patrol, monitoring, public interaction efforts necessary to conduct the pilot program. As a result, if we were to move forward, there aren't any new additional rangers, so their staff hours and availability for other purposes would be limited. Also, we had a chance to be in dialogue with Chief Agson, and it's important to note that emergency response personnel from our fire department would continue to have the possibility of difficult rescue situations in the dark. We did have just one call for assistance that was made at Cerro San Luis Natural Reserve during the pilot program. Our understanding is that individual was able to exit the property on their own accord. However, it's important to note that we have experience in other locations at other times with rescues in the dark and open space, and they can be very time consuming and can limit emergency response coverage in other areas of the city while those incidents are occurring. Given that there's a substantial amount of public interest in the pilot program this evening, and council is responding accordingly, we do want to highlight what additional alternatives the city council could ask for and direct staff to pursue. First, I always want to make sure that if there's any other information or analysis or questions you have, we're certainly happy to address those. Another alternative that was highlighted in the agenda report is the council could choose to direct staff to take no further action on the pilot program this season due to the staff-related resource impacts associated with COVID-19. And we would be able to return to City Council for a study session in early 2021 to seek further direction on the long-term disposition of the program. Another item or alternative that would be at your discretion would be direct us to come back at our next available meeting for a regular business item where you might be able to take action for this season. And then lastly, certainly the council always has the option to direct staff to take no further action on the pilot program and discontinue our future work efforts at this time. Finally, to just recap the recommendation, again, having not had until now an opportunity to have this conversation with City Council, should you wish to move forward this evening, we have prepared a resolution to adopt the addendum and approve a temporary one-year extension with no other changes to the pilot program, and suggest that it would be appropriate for staff to return in April 2021 to have the final summary report received and filed, and have that conversation with City Council about the long-term future of the program. And that concludes my report. Or as we say in the Emergency Operations Center, end of report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? Councilmember Pease?
Sure, thank you, and thank you for preparing the staff report and update. My first question is, I remember after the first year of the pilot program, there was a kind of an update on how it went, because the program was designed, if at any time there was evidence of issues, either for human safety or animal safety or whatever, that it could be discontinued. And I recall a report that that the environmental, so that we had this third-party review going on. So I'm wondering if you can, one, remind me of what that kind of interim report was. Two, do we have something similar from the year that just that concluded in March of 2020? it with the third-party monitoring. And then I guess the follow-up question, just kind of rolling forward, would be, are permits being issued now? Is it like already rolling, or has it kind of been a hard stop? So if it would continue, I assume then we would still have this third-party monitoring, right? It's a company that does that service for us. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Pease. Those are all good questions, and there's a few, so let me make sure I try and get them all. I'll start with the last one first, and that is right now the pilot program is not in effect. We don't have the authority to do that under our existing mitigated negative declaration, and so although daylight savings time has already changed, it is not rolling right now. You're correct that we did issue a sort of an optional interim status report to council under a council memorandum following the completion of the first year. At that time, I reported some of the use statistics that we just showed here in our presentation tonight. We also provided some of the summary statistics from Terra Verde Environmental. So it's important to remember that they did do some baseline wildlife monitoring before the institution of the pilot program, some before and after. And they did identify a whole suite of wildlife species, things like deer, coyote, skunks, possums, mice, wood rats. We saw bobcat. We saw, not unexpectedly in the evening, we saw barn owls and great horned owls, those kinds of things. And we continued to see those throughout both years of the pilot program, both in the first year with the monitoring conducted monthly by Terra Verde Environmental. And in the second year, we continued to do that same activity with staff by, again, using the wildlife game cameras and spotlighting when we're out on the trails, and continued to see many of the same types of species that we had seen in the first year and during the baseline period, or I'm sorry, the pre-activity period. So we didn't see any thing that gave us reason to believe that significant catastrophic impacts to wildlife were occurring. For example, we didn't find a dead animal on the trail or anything like that that might be attributable to, say, somebody's off-leash dog or a biker collision or anything like that. That didn't happen. Again, you also mentioned safety of people. We had just the one call for response from our emergency service personnel, and that person was able to leave the property on their own accord. Did I sufficiently answer all the questions there?
I think so. Thanks. Sorry, Mayor, can I ask one more?
Sure.
And I corresponded on this briefly. There was concerns for the MND in terms of this is not a significant change to the assumptions, whereas, 3 years instead of 2 would obviously be a 50% increase in the duration. But as we corresponded, and I'm going to say this out loud just so that I can make sure that I'm interpreting this right, is that the mitigated negative declaration was more tied to the in the moment that season mitigation. So the bubbler, the monitoring, the limitations of humans, rather than a cumulative season over season. So in that sense, the analysis and interpretation is based that adding a third season would not technically, was not the basis for being a significant change to the MND.
Yeah, thank you. That's also a really good question. And so again, as I mentioned in our literature review and looking at the case study, what we found is that really the long-term effects, the cumulative effects that could occur to nocturnal wildlife or diurnal wildlife are unknown. That's, I mean, it's simply stated the ecological relationships are vast and complex, and simply stated, Mother Nature's complicated, right? And so what we did, and this was the addition at that final January meeting, is institute the reservation-based permitting system. So we did have baseline data from 2015 that indicated during the exact same period. So we knew about, on average, how many people were accessing Cerro San Luis Natural Reserve at that time. Now, mind you, that was before the pilot program and would have been technically in violation of our open space regulations there. But we know that that's also been something people have been doing for many, many years. And so the idea here with that permitting system was to hold the number 65 didn't come out of nowhere. That was based on our 2015 survey data. And so the idea is that to prevent new impacts or cumulative impacts, net new impacts from occurring, we would hold use to that which was commensurate with the existing baseline level of use. And at that time, we also cited court case law that supports that approach under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. That's it.
Councilmember Christensen.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Bob. And I appreciated you answering questions earlier today in agenda review. And I appreciate your questions, Councilmember Pease, are very similar to the ones I asked earlier today. I'm going to kind of tear off what you just talked about in terms of baseline and the number of permits we've issued. And so the idea is we had this kind of knowledge about how many people were probably using open space for night hiking anyway. And so that's what we base our number of permits on. So now if we're to not continue the pilot project, would you expect there to be kind of that similar baseline use? And I know I'm asking you to speculate, but coupled with that question is there some kind of benefit to having the rangers out there monitoring people, whether or not they have permits and that kind of stuff? Has there been any kind of actual benefit? And believe me, I'm one of the people who was most against this project, and so I am really interested in the actual on the ground experience. And do you have any thoughts or ideas as a professional about the actual interplay between having rangers there at night when we know people were hiking there anyway, and now we know we have rangers keeping an eye on them?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Christensen. Also a good question. And so I can tell you, I don't have an exact number, but I can, and this is something that we tracked throughout both seasons. I can tell you that our Ranger Service staff personnel had literally thousands of interactions with members of the public, and their primary approach is to provide education and to talk to people and find out what they're doing and what they're up to, and to really to try and get to know people, but primarily to have that interaction, let them know that they're present, and provide education where needed. One of the things that we did observe, more anecdotally than anything, is that a lot of the people that wanted to come and reserve a permit and do this program, because it was novel, were not sort of our usual customers, so to speak, colloquially, meaning that they were folks that maybe were less well prepared to go for a hike, particularly during the evening, compared to folks that are much more experienced and know that they need to bring sturdy footwear and proper clothing and a water bottle and first aid, things like that. So you're right. We had a lot of opportunities for interactions, and I'll also note that in December, when our permit system was fully subscribed, our rangers had to turn away a lot of people. And last year, I know that they turned away over 200 individuals seeking access that weren't able to go because the permits were fully subscribed. So moving forward, if we were to discontinue the program or have a cessation in the program, we don't know for sure how the members of the community will react, but I would anticipate that there will be some confusion among members of the community about what's going on out there, and some folks that are going to choose to try and go for it anyway. And so I would think that we will need to be present and continue to provide that education at the trailhead during the transition period, for sure. Also, I think that Parks and Recreation Director Greg Avakian and Ranger Doug Karskaden are available should you want to call on them as well in that regard, as it relates to resources and staffing with Ranger Service.
Sure, I'd love to hear from them if they have any thoughts or comments they want to make in response to the questions.
Greg, are you there?
I just unmuted his mic, so he'll have to unmute also.
Councilmember Stewart, I noticed you. Oh, Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, I am live now. This is Director Greg Avakian for Parks and Recreation. I'm able to answer any questions if you had any for Mayor Harmon, or I can continue with Council Member Christensen.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was just going to move on to Councilmember Stewart if you were having a hard time jumping on it. But
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Just to concur with what Mr. Hill said, yeah, we do have staff resources available. I do agree that there will be an expectation that may have been set over the previous 2 years, as well as the history of hikers and slow. And we're more concerned with the novice hiker, and that's where the permit process is very valuable to know how many people have checked in, who are potentially up on the trail and what time and what day, as well as that interaction at the trailhead prior to them starting their activity. And again, there is a larger increase during the holiday season and a much smaller increase or smaller use during that January, February timelines.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
okay, Councilmember Stewart, am I remembering that you had a hand up?
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Pease and Christensen. You answered a lot or asked a lot of the questions I had, so I appreciate that. I know there was some comments in the emails. I missed maybe the one answer. Were there any people who violated the actual permits that we had put out there?
Thank you, Councilmember Stewart. Yeah, let's see the best way to answer that question. I'm sure there are. And however, maybe a different way to answer your question is that we did not actually issue any citations that I'm aware of during the course of the 2-year pilot program. Again, the primary measure that the rangers wish to undertake is education and talking to people about why they have the rules, why they're important for safety of wildlife and for themselves and for emergency response personnel. So usually, and this is not just true during the pilot program, but it's true all the time, whether it's off-leash dogs somewhere else during the day or whatever, we try to provide that education. And however, if we do see people that are egregious violators or repeat violators, we will issue citations. And so we didn't have that occurring here with the pilot program.
Okay, thank you.
But as Bob mentioned earlier, we did turn people away. So folks that did not have a permit that were attempting to hike were turned away.
Right, because we had our maximum, or just because they didn't ask for one. Okay. And then there was some comments about maybe having like volunteer rangers, kind of like the docents at Lighthouse or something. Would that be of any help, or is that extra work for staff?
Yeah, I might ask Mr. Avakian to chime in on that again, but what I would say is that certainly well-trained docents can be extraordinarily valuable. However, there's a lead time on that. So you have to train the trainer, so to speak, and then you have to get them up to speed and make sure that they have everything they need. So there's a little bit of a time horizon that's associated with getting that underway. But there certainly are many examples, both here locally, such as with the Land Conservancy's Pismo Preserve property and with other open space agencies and districts, utilizing volunteer docents for a variety of different things, whether it's environmental education or being out on the patrols and reporting. And in fact, my own dad used to do that at Butte State Park on the peninsula, and go out and let the rangers know what he was seeing on the trail. So yeah, that's can be very effective.
And just to add to that, Bob, we did utilize some volunteer docents during the early part of the pandemic, where we had about a 30% increase of trail use, and a lot of our ranger staff were being kind of redeployed for other emergency situations throughout the city. So we do have a good volunteer crew. However, that was during the day, and it was more educational based. There is a different caveat when you have evening opportunities for volunteers. You got weather conditions, safety, and those things to consider. So there is a little bit more to training and onboarding to get that started.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So kind of going back to Councilmember Pease's question around the baseline and Terra Verde, do you feel that we have enough, do we have enough of the knowledge that the cumulative effect hasn't, I guess because people haven't seen that animal passed, dead on the trail, that's enough to identify there's been no effect on, the nutrition of the animals, or just kind of the cumulative effect of everyone walking up there and riding up there?
Yeah, thank you for the good question again. That's really the crux of the matter, is what's really going on with nutrition, with breeding and denning behavior, those kinds of things. Those can be impacted, and monitoring and evaluating that and those ecological relationships is very, very difficult, if not impossible to do. And so that's why we characterize the impact the way we did. The extent and severity of those long-term cumulative effects are unknown. And again, why we relied on that reservation system to hold it to baseline. So as far as the mitigation measures that we said that we would do, we did them and we implemented them. I think it's also would be a true statement that ultimately those that are really seeking to definitively address and that particular question may be dissatisfied, because I don't know how we'll be able to really definitively provide and address that question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so weird question for me to ask for that same reason.
Very extensive, time-consuming studies would be involved to do that.
Got it. And then going back to your alternatives of 2 and 3, do you mind putting that on the screen again?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
I'm working on it, Councilmember Stewart.
No problem. Take your time.
There. How's that?
Awesome. Perfect. So as far as number 3, I know you already all have very busy work plans. So I'm just trying to picture what would have to be taken off of your work plan right now if we were to look into alternative 3 and try to have staff look at this issue a little quicker.
Well, thank you. So certainly I would, Mr. Herman is my direct supervisor in the department head and administration. I need to have a conversation with him. We do project tracking of all the things that we're working on in the Office of Sustainability and what the trade-offs might be there and what the resources would need. And it may depend on how quickly we need to come back a little bit as well. And so, I might ask City Manager Johnson or City Clerk Purrington to let us know. But I do know that the very next City Council meeting, the first meeting in December, is an extremely full meeting right now at present, based on the agenda forecast at over 4 hours. So in the absence of either packing on another item or taking something off of that one, my sense, and again, I want to defer to them, would be that our next opportunity would be in January.
And Bob, can I just jump in with one additional clarification? So in 3, I think there's actually probably 2 different options. So if the council wanted to continue this item to a future council meeting to just allow for additional time with the community or for us to potentially share additional information, that's one option, but that's with the information that we've collected thus far. If the idea is to continue the item and have us return, say, with that completed second year study, that's something that would almost certainly have to happen after the first of the year. And we would need to articulate what the trade-offs would be for that.
Yeah. Thank you, Greg. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions at this time.
City Clerk, do we have some public comment?
Yes, we do. We have one so far, Janine Rands. Okay, Janine, your mic is unmuted. You'll need to unself-mute.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes.
So yes, this is a keen issue with me. And so I'm grateful that you are addressing it tonight. So I want to start out that, the study pilot is 2 years old and it's over. We've had a worldwide health threat that has interfered with this study, which is understandable. And on behalf of the animals, I'm thinking this is a COVID gift to the animals. Night hiking is fundamentally incompatible with protection of wildlife and the natural habitat at our 118 acres of slow open space areas. So one of my biggest horrors of thinking of open night hiking is that if a human gets attacked from a wild animal and perhaps gets seriously mauled with potential death, and the animal is hunted down and euthanized because he's attacked a human, is that what we would expect to happen with such an event? So I've learned that our open space was created with a strong policy that is closed to recreation at night, and that the night environment is protected for all nocturnal wildlife. So if we invade the home of wild animal for our human recreation, smacks of elitism and ignorance toward all animals. Many of us in the SLO City are proud members of various environmental organizations like Santa Lucian Chapter of the Sierra Club, EcoSLO, Wildlife Conservancy, to name a few, and all who have a protection of the environment and wildlife as a fundamental value. We are obligated to be responsible and respectful of all creatures, but particularly those whose home is the local mountains. Wildlife in general has gone through an enormous challenge this year with forest fires, extreme heat, traffic, and then to add humans on the list endangering their habitat just is unconscionable. So your sign indicates night hiking permit starts at 6:30. Now with winter hours, darkness begins at 5:30. Which city department is determined and is going to follow up with persons hiking without a permit? Does the city have a motion detector to detect human hikers? Those are some of the questions. What monies would be used for rescues of city staff, and who's going to pay for those? Please do not approve night hiking and reschedule for a full public hearing, because this study should not be conclusive for tonight. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any further speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I am, as I ever have been, in full support of continuing this program. Now, actually, more than ever. Ms. Rands used the word elitism, and I actually think that there's actually quite a bit of elitism in the insistence that this very small program and a very small percentage of our open space should not continue, because it disproportionately impacts, for one thing, a lot of the working people that are an essential aspect of this community that have made it clear in their correspondence with us how important having access to the open space in the evening hours during the winter is for them. And I have a lot of interest and respect and have a long history around environmentalism myself. And I do think that now more than ever, with COVID bearing down upon us in a significant way, where restrictions are also bearing down on us, a potential, I can never remember the word, where you have to be home to bed on time by the governor and those types of things. Thank you, Carlin. I guess I reject that concept because I can never remember that word. I'm sure my mom will concur that I was never good at curfews. I think that it's really important that we have some expansiveness in terms of the trust that we feel for our community members and how we trust them to do their best to respect the open space. Again, this is just to remind people, this is a very small percentage of our very extensive open space that we're talking about here. I think that folks need the opportunity to get out of doors, to find safe ways to keep their wellness going, and to potentially be with each other at a safe distance. And we know from the science that being outside greatly reduces your risk of contracting COVID. And in addition to that, and as often is mentioned by my colleagues, and it's always a good point, that we have a lot of pressure on our resources, and we ultimately really don't have the resources to enforce the restrictions on night hiking in this space at this point. And I just think that for all those reasons and many others, that this season, actually more than ever, that we need to provide this one small opportunity in the evenings for folks to access the open space that so many members of this community have fought hard to create and also to maintain. Many, as we've mentioned in our original discussion on this item, many of the people that are advocating for this program are the very people that have created and maintained a lot of our trails throughout our open space from a volunteer stewardship perspective. And so I appreciate that connection as well. And I think that this is a small but hopefully mighty way of inviting more people into the open space that will create more stewardship. And I think that some of our community have a what I feel like is a pretty limited view of what it is to engage in our open space and what it is to be a steward of our lands. And I do think that this does invite a sort of maybe a new generation or a different type of person to be in the open space in a safe and healthy and important way right now, and hopefully become stewards of this beautiful land that our folks that have come before us have done such a beautiful job to access and protect. So I am in full support of continuing this program. And also just want to provide some context for folks that say that we haven't had a chance to have this discussion. We had a very robust discussion about this item originally. In addition to that, I ran on this item when I originally ran for office and was grateful to win and have won ever since. And folks have run with the elimination of this program as their primary platform and were not successful. So there have been other very public opportunities to debate and engage on this issue. And I think that the greater community, who may not be present tonight for the very reasons that I've noted, that there are a lot of working people who can't attend meetings like this, are the very people I think that stand to benefit the most by the expansion of this very small program in our otherwise very expansive open space. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you, and thanks again for the additional information. And thank you to the public. We got a lot of correspondence on this. Folks really concerned about having the program continue. Folks really concerned about having it not continue. And so I think this is one of those issues that all along has had a very much, for me, much closer than we think, right? We're not saying nobody gets to be in the open space at all ever, or we're going to run ramshot and camp in the open space, right? It's not, it's just this little, we're just walking that line. How do we handle that? And I continue to, I don't know where this will be as a long-term program. I am very interested in the bigger conversation, having enough time, having data, having information. And at this point, I think that, it's just some crazy circumstances and shifting staff time, et cetera. So I think that we could continue this pilot program one more season. It's just a few months, and that will align with us being able to have that bigger conversation, get everybody back to the table, get the rest of the information, and it sounds like we could do that in April so that we have a very clear path forward for next year. Either way, so that's where I am.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease. Councilmember Stewart.
So I just want to make sure, because obviously I wasn't on the council at that time, and people come into this community and they come and go. When people say they didn't have they would like to see a full and fair public hearing at this time, sometimes I'm a little bit confused by the fact that if we have something on consent and move it to public comment, or sorry, public as we are right now, this gives people the ability to actually have that input. Am I incorrect?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Stewart, the same options in terms of public input is afforded. We would not have done anything different. It's just a matter of where the words showed up on the agenda.
Great. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure because I feel like we've received a lot of comment via email, via phone, in person, and now just a teeny bit in the meeting. So just trying to make sure, because I feel like sometimes people think we're like hiding something, and if it's on there and it's published a full week before, like it would be, whether it was on the bottom or the top of the agenda, it's available for people to comment. So just for future, I guess, on other topics too, just really reminding people that we're not stopping comment. We want to hear from you. I do have, some challenges around thinking about the safety that, Janine Rands did mention. It is a horrifying imagination of someone being attacked by an animal. That is, of course, I think something that someone takes on themselves if they wish to hike at night. That's a unfortunate but possible chance, and I don't know how to help that, I guess. But I think that can happen in daylight just as much as it can happen at nighttime, since when we're short on water or something else, it seems as though the animals do come down at different times. And I do think that with COVID-19, the staff, all of you have been working so hard, and there's so much going on. I don't want to add extra things on your plate if we can keep things kind of status quo. I know that people during this time of COVID need to have exercise. They need to get out and experience as much of outdoors as possible and improve their mental health or wellness. So I think that's important to do too. It would be great. It would be great to be able to continue this for the fact that, I think the elite aspect is almost ironic when you think about someone who's working, 8 to 5, you go home, you get your kids, you want to go out, or get your partner and you want to go out and hike. All the people who have been retired and hang out all day long or have wealth all day long can go do that anytime they want to. And unfortunately, if you don't have those finances to do that and need to work all day, you don't have that ability. So I think we are actually being less elite by having this small ability. And I think because we only are having 65 permits and keeping that same amount, that seems like a good thing to do. So I'm in support of moving forward with this pilot program, and I hope that we will be able to actually have some more data points to really look at as we are evaluating this after, because I imagine that this year we weren't really able to focus on much other than COVID. Well, we've done a lot since. This is just in this one program, not something we have full data points to go forward with. So I'd love to see some more data points as we really evaluate this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Stewart. Councilmember Christensen.
Yes, I really appreciate the remarks of all of three of you, as well as the input from the community on, as you noted, Councilmember Pease, very vigorous input from all perspectives. You also noted that, Mayor Harmon, and I appreciate staff's input too. And as maybe you don't really know, Councilmember Stewart, but I was one of the people who voted with Mayor Marks against this pilot program because I was concerned about wildlife in the evening, and because we knew that there was some kind of impact at nighttime. And so the question would be is how much of an impact, and in weighing it against some of the very positive benefits that we've mentioned tonight. And we didn't know, and I felt like it was incumbent upon us, given our policies, to come down on the side of the environment and the unwalked environment. And I have to say that as a pilot program, it's been somewhat encouraging. I agree with the statements that, well, first of all, I really wish and I hope we will continue to try to get away from labeling as a way of discussing issues. Everybody has their own moments of being elitist and their own moments of being open and welcoming to all. And so whatever it's around, I guess I've just been trying to get less and less judgmental about other people being different than me. It's been hard enough without getting mad at each other over things. So anyway, I have been you heard my questions. I wanted to understand that even if we were to not continue this program, we would still have night hiking, and we probably would have more night hiking and more harmful night hiking without this program. It's kind of what I'm coming down to and what I'm understanding. And that's one of the reasons that's one of the reasons people asked for a pilot program, because they didn't want to do illegal hiking, and they also didn't, they wanted to have that education and have that interaction. And so I think that has been successful. I am concerned, like Councilmember Pease, about the idea of any kind of expansion to a different open space. I think Cerro San Luis is fairly ideal in the sense that it is relatively an island and it's relatively easy to get on and off of it. I'm never going to speculate about all the awful things that can happen. Awful things can happen walking out your door and across the street. So, that's not really what we're dealing with. We haven't had those awful things as regular incidents. And until I see patterns of awful stuff, I just have to chalk some of it up to, life is tough sometimes. So be that as it may, I am going to go ahead and support the continuation of this program through this winter. I think it's kind of silly to have a discussion without the full data analysis that people have talked about and from last time. And I think it wouldn't hurt to have another winter of data analysis. I'm hoping that we have tons and tons of rain and nobody goes out on the open space at all, because it'll all be closed because it's raining. So so anyway, that's where I am after long and careful thought. I wasn't sure where I was going to end up, but I did appreciate the conversations during my agenda review that were echoed during our discussion tonight. And I appreciate all the efforts that have gone into this and all the efforts our rangers and our staff is making, and that folks who are using the trail are making. I know it's not as easy as just going out. It's harder when you have to think ahead and do permits, but I think it's been successful in terms of that limited piece so far, and I'm willing to take a chance on doing it another winter. But I'm not going to make the motion.
Mayor Harmon, I just wanted to correct the record, just that 2017 Mayor Marks wasn't on council at the time that we established this program. It was Dan Revoir, and I was the other one with you who voted against it. So I just...
Thank you. It's a different, I'm thinking of a different issue right. You're absolutely true.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry about that.
No, that's
Thank
all right.
you.
I just wanted to make sure it was not left to stand. And if there's no further discussion, I'll move staff recommendation.
Thank you, Andy. I'll second. City Clerk?
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Great. All right. And then that passes 4-0. Thank you, everyone, for that robust discussion. It is just about 8 o'clock where we would normally take our break. I've estimated approximately 4 hours left in our meeting at this point. And so do my colleagues, would you like a quick break, or shall we just keep persevering and perhaps take our own individual breaks? That's what I'm thinking too, Carlin. Thank you. If you didn't see that, this is the universal signal for keep going. All right. I know that folks are also on the line waiting to present as well. So thank you for that. Then with that, we will move on to to consider the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force recommendations of grant funding to high impact DE&I programs. And for those of you that are not familiar with those terms, it's diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. And so would consultants Dale McGee, Bea Makikau, and DEI Task Force Chair Aman Asfa please present the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pleasure to see you always. And we know you do have 4 hours. That was not lost on us. So we are thrilled to be here and excited and have important information to share and here for any questions you have. But we will also be speedy. So at your pleasure. So I am Dale McGee, and it is my pleasure to be the DEI Task Force project manager. And with me is Bea Makakau, who is our subject matter expert and facilitator, and is also the recently permanently appointed Director of Student Diversity and Belonging at Cal Poly. Congratulations, Bea. And Task Force Chairperson, Aman Asfa. Yes, so congratulations, Bea. So to that. So if Mayor, if it's okay with you, I will just have a quick presentation, and actually we'll turn it over to Aman to go through the task force recommendations. Aman was part of the reviewing subcommittee, and then turn it over to you for any questions or discussion, if that's okay.
We'll assume
yes. Okay, thank you. So let me, and just if I give confirmation if the screen, is it visible for everybody?
Yeah, you're good.
Great.
Yes.
So great. We'll just go through this. This is, we will not do death by PowerPoint. Just very quickly. So for this evening, we are recommendation for the task force and from staff would be that the council does approve the recommendations that have come from the task force for the grant funding for the allocation in the amount of $109,800, which is for 8 of the requests that were received, and then to authorize the city manager to execute the agreements with each of those grant recipients. And before we go too much further, we just want to extend our thanks again to this council for this first ever allotment of funding specifically dedicated to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and for just the statement that is. So thank you very much for that. And for just a quick reminder, really for the public, and to thank them because this is their funds. The background for this, in July, the council did authorize the formation of this task force, and this task force then did start its work in September. In front of you are their objectives with their 3 main bodies of work, being there at C, the development of this NOFA, the Notice of Funding Availability, to support people already working, groups, organizations, nonprofits already working in the community around system change and impact and reducing the equity gaps for marginalized communities in San Luis Obispo. That and the other 2 major focuses of which the task force is currently in the middle of is providing and looking at recommendations to give to council, which will come forth to council in January, on recommendations for a framework of adoption for a diversity, equity, and inclusion focused major city goals, and looking to support and encourage the strengthening and enhancement of the Human Relations Commission to carry on a DE&I focus. So just kind of where we've been. And again, the task force is 12 members, including Councilwoman Stewart. So the funding that has happened for this allotment, there was $120,000 dedicated to advancing DEI efforts in San Luis Obispo. As mentioned, the focus was narrowing equity gaps. The gaps were centered around, or the encouragement for any applicants centered around these 6 areas, but not excluded. We understand issues around marginalized groups and disenfranchisement and system inequities are vast. And so we did not want to narrow it. We wanted to hear from the community of what they were experiencing and what they knew their needs were and what their priorities were. In large, though, these were the 6 areas that we know to be most often seen and the biggest gaps that continue to grow and continue to keep groups behind. So, and as expected, most of the proposals we saw did fall into one or more of these 6 areas. Aman will share more details about that. Council, just so you know, just as a reminder of the actual process, the application period was September 18th through October 22nd. The task force had its very first meeting on the 10th of September. They jumped right to work, they jammed, and here we are, just in the 3rd week of November presenting to you. So they moved quick. So kudos to them, definitely. Outreach was conducted via the usual channels plus more. Definitely one incredible characteristic of the task force members is how networked they are themselves. And so there's much direct contact through their networks and their connections. And so really relied on that. We did get quite a bit of just query as time went on, and then the city did a great push. Outreach was also conducted in Spanish. At the close of 5 p.m. on October 22nd, we had received 20 applications for a total of $640,000 and $719, excuse me. The request ranged between $3,200 and $120,000. So to that, just wanted to share, I had to make a choice between splitting the screen or putting them all together. So please forgive me for wanting you to at least see a snapshot, but I realize it is small, but I'll give you a moment. These are the requests, all the requests that we did receive, the applicants, the quick snapshot of the project and the requested amounts. And I'll give you a moment to see those. So these are the 20. And then the review and the evaluation process consisted of the following. So we utilized 2 review subcommittees. And again, our task force is 12 members. 5 members were ineligible to review due to conflict of interest with 1 or more of the 20 applicants. And then 1 of our members was unable to do the subcommittee review, but he was able, just due to some personal reasons, yet he was very committed and was able to vote on the final slate. So he picked up and ended up having a review of the 20 later on. So we did utilize 2 review subcommittees of 3 members each. They then reviewed 2 separate sets of 10 applications each. And so they did not have any cross information for each other, and so they were able to stay separate and then study just the merits of their own sets until they came together for a joint public consideration meeting on November 5th. And so very important, and I give great credit to them. Very difficult. I know all of you have been involved in grant review and throughout your careers. They stayed very true to the criteria. The proposals were evaluated for, and this was released in the NOFA requirements, an identified DE&I need, of course, serving the most marginalized communities in San Luis Obispo. And we were really looking to the expertise of the applicants and then looking to the expertise of our task force, which they have of understanding who is in San Luis Obispo and what are their priorities. Parallel to this experience, the task force has been they meet weekly. That is the commitment they've made. And we have have been called learning sessions, of which the most marginalized communities of San Luis Obispo have been invited to share their experiences, their priorities, their needs, what they most want the city of San Luis Obispo to understand. And so the task force, as they were reviewing the applications, were very informed by those voices also. And so they were able to utilize that information, that very real-time, right now information. And so the task force, very informed, both their own lived experiences, their professional experiences, and then very much the community's voices right now. All the proposals then were also evaluated for that notion of high impact or systemic change, and high impact, realizing that that is a very subjective, but it's the idea of this is going to move the needle. And again, what experts know, this is Bea's field. She lives in it. Most of the task force professional work is the D&I world. So that idea of just knowing that this does make a difference, ranging in that whole spectrum of just raising voices, raising awareness, shifting from who is being centered, who is being focused, who becomes a priority. So looking at all of those array, and so quite a bit of dialogue and debates on these projects, those 20s that were in front of them, of what would make an impact and what would make a systemic change. And knowing, then balancing it also then, what has a potential to succeed? And they took the charge very seriously that these are taxpayer dollars. And this is not about, hey, does it just feel good right now? It's, will this succeed? At the end of the project period, can the council look at your constituents and say this made a difference? And they took that very, very seriously. And then very much tied to that, the requirements stated very clearly this was to serve predominantly the city residents or the city and have an impact to the city. And that did prove to be a challenge. Many of the applicants were county programs. And the task force had recommendations around that you might see council in January around how can the city maybe leverage and support these county-wide efforts that maybe don't impact city residents, and so maybe weren't quite the best use of city funds, but the city itself, could it leverage its movement? Can it leverage just its forward thinking to help some county-wide efforts? So, and I believe we'll be talking about that a little bit later. So this is what they were evaluated for, and the two subcommittees, and then the full eligible task force took this very much to heart. So to that, and actually I want to, pardon me, I'll pause there just if council, if you have any questions about the process at all, if I can answer anything about that.
I'm not seeing any questions, Dale.
Okay, thank you. So to that, if I could turn that to over to Mr. Aswa, our task force chairperson. And I don't know, would you, I can stop sharing for a minute if you'd like to see Aman better, or just move to our mayor. If you...
Yes, let's see Aman for a moment.
Yeah, sorry. Introduce yourself a little.
It's very important.
Yes.
I just, while we're shifting to seeing Aman, just want to maybe say how much I've appreciated Aman's presence in this community in general, but on this task force in particular.
Thank you, Mayor Heidi. All right, well, thank you, Dale, for the big overview on the proposals and the entire process, and that kind of saves me from having to go into that at all, and I can kind of jump right into the specific grant proposals and what we are ultimately recommending. And I do have my notes here. I just want to let everyone know, like, it was divided into two subcommittees, like Dale mentioned, and the subcommittee I was on, I'm looking at over 120 pages of PDF notes on here of just the grant proposals. So I'm going to try my best to find the balance between respecting everyone's time on this meeting, but also giving this information its due diligence and due time, and trying to summarize the most important points. But for sake of time, I can't get into every bullet point and every consideration that we made, but I can assure you that the task force spent hours upon hours meeting with each other, reading through these throughout the past several weeks. And I think everyone in the city and on the council should be confident that those that were appointed to the task force were more than qualified to ultimately make this recommendation. So I'll just start it with that and get into the recommendations. So first off on the list here, you can see the Central Coast Coalition for Undocumented Student Success and their community summit in SLO. Ultimately, they requested $6,000, but we're recommending $10,200. And the reason for this increase is for their increase in speaker stipends, marketing, impact assessment, and additionally, another fact about their proposal is they had the smallest budget out of all the grant proposals as an organization, with an annual budget of about $10,000, whereas some annual budgets for other proposals were upwards into the millions. So this kind of ties into the high impact that Dale was mentioning earlier. Additionally, there's about 465 estimated undocumented students at Cal Poly and Cuesta. And so that is roughly about 1% of SLO's population. And this additional funding will help the CCC USS be able to better keep track of the demographics of the undocumented community in San Luis Obispo City, which was a challenge that they mentioned in their application. So moving on, and then at the end, I'll open it up for questions, of course. Moving on to the Diversity Coalition, San Luis Obispo County's Multicultural Center grant proposal and DEI training. Requested $100,000, but recommending $10,000, and specifically that $10,000 is for their diversity education and training, which is connected to the local schools in San Luis Obispo City, such as the SLO Peace Academy, as well as SLO High School and a couple middle schools. Continuing on, next we have Literacy for Life, and this was to sustain their general operating funds, requested $10,000, and we recommended $10,000. Lost my notes here. Technology issues. And the SLO Literacy for Life, we saw that they had high impact because the demographics of the students that they are helping to learn, read, and be literate are a very diverse population. And if I have the numbers here, %, of students they serve are in the process of learning English as a second language. And actually, that's a number for a later grant proposal. But there's that. And then for the next grant proposal, One Cool Earth, they are requesting $3,200, and we're recommending $3,200 as well. And that's for the translation of their gardening education materials. And they want to distribute that to 24. They want to translate 24 of their gardening lessons and distribute that to all of the San Luis Coastal Unified School District schools. So another high impact program there. Continuing on, Race Matters requested $27,600, and we're recommending $32,600 for their Belonging 2021. And the reason for the additional increase in funding here was to match their cost of their event. The event costs $32,600, and they actually requested less. So, and in addition to that, we felt that one was high impact and a very arts-focused initiative in the community. And I think you'll see, if I can pause here in the middle, that we tried to have a good balance between the different sectors that this impacts in San Luis Obispo, such as arts, education, and healthcare. So just kind of keep that in mind as big picture. And I'll also add with Race Matters that I think they have been present in the community for Black voices, which, as we know, this Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force was brought up after the murder of George Floyd. So we felt it was relevant to what was going on, and their proposal was ultimately extremely strong. So there is that. And then SLO International Film Festival requested $7,500, recommending $7,500. This is for their entirely new event that they're trying to have called the Change Makers. And it's a film festival specifically spotlighting BIPOC filmmakers, which we thought was amazing that they wanted to create a whole new annual event for BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color is what that stands for. Last two here. So we got the SLO Noor Foundation, which requested $13,000, but we recommended 13,100, but we recommended 20,000. And this is one of the healthcare initiatives that we're recommending here, and they're trying to provide or will provide lab and imaging diagnostics, as well as a bilingual medical assistant for uninsured BIPOC residents of SLO City. So another high impact initiative there. As well as adding radio marketing for their program, which we heard was one of the best ways to reach out to the communities that they were serving. And lastly, we have the SLO Repertory Theater, which requested 10,000, and we are recommending 16,300 to fully fund their initiatives number 1 through 5, which are really focused on increasing the diversity all across the board within their directing, as well as with their acting and getting talent into the theater. So I know I kind of sped through that, and I tried my best to cover all the bullet points that I wanted to cover. So I guess I will open it up to questions. Hopefully that was thorough enough, but.
Thank you so much for that, Aman. I think the next slide was actually going to also include what I was just going to ask. Also, one of the overarching recommendations that's not included here in the funding. Yes, this, just so folks know that this, just to reiterate, I'm sure what we all understand is that this is just the beginning of what we anticipate to be potentially an ongoing decades-long process. And hopefully we will be able to roll so much of the conversation and feedback that we receive in the task force, but also in the big community conversation that we've been having into a diversity, equity, and inclusion major city goal, which will have staff support and resources from the city to continue this, I think, obviously very crucial and important conversation moving forward. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear for everyone. Councilmember Pease, did I see your hand?
Yeah, thank you. And gosh, thanks for the work. I've really, I've been listening to the meetings after the fact that have been recorded, and I've just really appreciated the conversations. Just one quick question, which is that the total allocation of funds was 120,000, and I'm wondering if there's a particular reason that you held some back, or why we didn't want to recommend the full 120.
Do you want me to take that, Dale, or you want to take it? I think you're muted.
Why don't you start, Amon, and I can... Mon, you want to start, and maybe Bea, and then I can take up the back if needed.
Sure. Yeah. To put it shortly, I think we came together as two separate subcommittees with our own recommendations of dollar amounts, and not knowing the other subcommittees' recommendations. So we really prioritized in our respective subcommittees what was imperative to fund, and what we felt was essentially non-negotiable, or like that we really needed to fund. And so we kind of came together, both subcommittees, and landed right under the $120,000 threshold. And we considered an additional grant proposal, and I don't know if Bea or Dale want to touch on that or add some more, but that's my take on that.
Yeah, I think it really came down to the integrity of the funds and making intentional decisions to uphold the integrity of the funds, the purpose of the funding, the requirements that were listed in the NOFA, and all other proposals. They were considered. There were some really great, inspiring things, but there were some areas, particularly around city specific, that we sought answers and did some additional research for, to really make sure we were really drilling down on the individual proposals. Do they meet the NOFA requirements? And are they serving DEI within the city of San Luis Obispo? So not only just taking them at face value, but doing follow-up questions for any of the proposals that we felt, that the task force felt were right on the edge. Maybe we could fund. And with some of that the information that we received from folks who completed the grant proposals, either solidified that it didn't really meet that criteria, or, like Dale mentioned, was really county focused, or fell under areas that the task force were weary of funding. For example, staff salaries was one topic that came up, that they were weary of funding with these DEI funds. particularly around sustainability when we're funding staffing positions with the sustainability of that position, given that these are currently one-time funds, hopefully that they are reoccurring someday, but currently only one time. So those were some of the factors that influenced that, those decisions, but it did come down to the integrity of the funds, the NOFA, and the criteria that Dale outlined in the beginning, where the applications that came back after, and even last meeting, I think the task force did have conversations about, does this make sense? And then really walking it through, really going through the answers that we received from the grant writers. The task force ultimately decided to fund this allotment, and also not falling into the trap of funding programs just to fund programs. But really identifying how can we give the most impact to certain programs, right? There's not that much left either. And so if it didn't mirror the ask, was it really going to help them push the needle in what they needed to begin with as well? So it almost felt like in some cases it might feel counterproductive to say we couldn't meet you here, but we had a little bit left, here you go. So I would say those are some of the factors that added. I don't know if council members.
No, that's awesome. Thanks. I wanted to hear that thought process. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I share related to that, council woman piece is you'll notice some of them had a little bit more of a recommendation than they asked for. Related to that was the reviewers saying what's really needed to solidify this impact. And so as Amon mentioned, for one of them was when some Latinx and undocumented expertise came to speak, the task force talked about to reach this population, you'll need radio advertising. It's what works. We know it works. And many people also on the panel or the task force knew that too. And so when we were reading that proposal, it wasn't listed. It was like, well, let's talk to them about a more robust promotional campaign if that's the community. So you'll see that some of those bump ups was the reviewers looking at what would ensure success, going again back to the criteria, and what would then help that impact. And so that was that judicious utilization of the funds, but really being judicious about that. So I hope that helps.
And I just want to add, if it's okay, thank you. We even really looked at how could we maybe use those funds to help them do what they were saying with their mission of the grant. But realistically, it's not what they were asking for as a nonprofit. And so while we may have been able to bump it up and make it a really great and even more exciting program, that's not what they were asking for. So we wanted to make sure we respected what they were asking for as well.
Right. There was some definite consultations happen, what they should do. So not what they were asking for, but yes. Councilwoman Stewart did some great reviewing. So.
All right, thank you for that. City Clerk, do we have some public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 3 people. So the first one is, sorry, my screen. Vivian Devaney. And she has down here that she's jointly going to present with Sister Teresa Harpin. So I'm going to unmute both of their mics. Okay, Vivian, yours is unmuted. And Sister Teresa, yours is also unmuted.
Okay, this is Vivian. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So Sister Teresa is going to start, so I will defer to her.
Okay, she'll still need to unmute her mic. And just make sure that the button at the top is green and not orange to unmute your mic.
Sister T, do you see the thing that says go to webinar control panel? And then on that, it'll turn green. Sorry, I accidentally muted myself because I was demonstrating to my own self, my own thing. But if you click on that.
There she is.
There we go.
There she is.
Okay. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to applaud the work of the task force and for the city to have such an amazing vision of diversity, equity, and inclusion. You are to be congratulated. That's why I love San Luis. You're always looking down the road. Who else needs to be included in this community? And where are we going to put our muscle, our money, our resources in order to make this a more diverse community? Lord knows we need it. And so thank you for taking that leadership role. My role here tonight is to kind of respond to the recommendations. Again, everyone is deserving. I can't say that enough of this kind of grant and support for the hard work this community does. But let me take it from another position, okay? And probably the highlight is, what do we mean by high impact? And I think an area that is possibly missing from these recommendations, which is the subject of criminalization. That's not pretty. People don't like to talk about that. It's an area of concern, and yet the heart of our criminal justice system is in San Luis Obispo, city and county. So I'm going to read this letter that I shared with Mayor Harmon over the weekend. We presented to her first, in due respect to her and her vision in this. And then Vivian's going to comment a bit on where do we go from here. We have spoken before about the role restorative justice might be able to play in local discussions of systemic racism and alternatives to traditional criminal justice. I'm happy to report that after months of advocacy, we have initiated conversations with the courts, district attorney's office, and public defenders to provide pathways for restorative alternatives, including substance use diversion programs and restorative conferencing. We are also excited that the City of SLO appointed a DEI task force and that they have been tasked with grant making for local projects. We submitted an application that we believe struck at the core of NOFA's goal to fund, in quotes, organizations and projects that will achieve demonstrable success and contribute to the pursuit of systemic change. We keep hearing that, systemic change. Our proposal provided a clear pathway for diversion that would have helped keep dozens of people out of custody in the coming year and would have provided direct connections to more appropriate resources and services. We were therefore disappointed that our project was not recommended for funding. After reviewing the list of recommended projects, we are hoping to get some clarity about the vision of the task force and the grant program. None of the recommended projects addresses criminalization, which we believe is central to any discussion of justice, equity, and systemic change. People of color make up 37% of the US population, but 67% of the prison population. Overall, Black people are more likely than white people to be arrested, and once arrested, they are more likely to be convicted. And once convicted, they are more likely to face stiff sentences. Black men are 6 times as likely to be incarcerated as white men, and Latinx men, who more than twice as likely to be incarcerated as white men. Local law enforcement has publicly questioned the concept of systemic racism. I know that firsthand. I've talked in depth with our sheriff, in depth with our DA, in depth with Board of Supervisors about this notion of systemic racism, and not everyone believes that it is real.
I'm sorry, Mr. T, I'm sorry, a point of clarification, your time was up, but I'm assuming that the two of you are partnering on a full 3 minutes each, so 6 minutes altogether, or City Clerk? Yeah?
Can we? Okay.
Yeah, great. Okay, continue then.
Anyway, we're calling for transparency in data and demographics among law enforcement and criminal justice professionals. And we're seeking funding that will support diversion programs and alternatives to incarceration. So I'm going to let Vivian speak specifically to what our proposal was. But I really, I have talked with Dale. I had a wonderful conversation with her yesterday, and I'm happy to hear some of the other members of the task force speak tonight. But Vivian, I'm going to hand the mic over to you and for you to direct your attention to this.
Thank you, Sister Teresa. So we appreciate the opportunity to be here to share a vision with you all for restorative justice and what we believe are systemic solutions to systemic problems. I want to acknowledge too, the letter Sister Teresa shared was written last week. And I want to thank the task force representatives who are here tonight who shared about their methodology and priorities. It was wonderful for us to hear about your process. As our letter mentions, we believe San Luis Obispo has the opportunity to really lead by example in the way that we have on so many other issues. And we believe strongly that prioritizing alternatives to criminalization and incarceration should be essential to the work that we're doing. As kind of a call to action, and then maybe a takeaway from all of this, is we would just like to invite the City Council and the DEI task force into an ongoing consideration of ways that we can uphold restorative in addition to anti-racist programs and practices within our community. So Sister Teresa and I are here tonight to present ourselves as a resource for you and for anyone who would like to know more about restorative justice, what these diversion programs could look like, and how we as a community might invest in holistic responses to harm. So with that, I just want to thank you for your time, wish you well, and I hope you stay safe, wear a mask, and please know that we are here and we would love to continue this conversation. And we hold a lot of gratitude to you all for the work that you're doing.
I would only add, you do have some funding left in that program, and would that we be considered? We would greatly appreciate it. We can do something this year towards bending the arc towards greater justice.
Thank you so much, as always, Sister T. Every time I hear you speak, I am reconvinced that you're one of God's favorite angels. Thank you for that. Does the new city clerk, do we have any? I think you said 3 speakers, so is there one more?
Actually, there was 2 more now.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Dylan Jones. Dylan, I'm going to unmute your mic and then just give me a second to get on the other side to start that timer.
Okay. Can you all hear me? Yeah. All right. Perfect. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Mayor Harmon and the council members. I really appreciate your time, and I will try to keep my section quick. And I wanted to thank the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, of course, for recommending our project for funding. We work with 3 elementary schools and 1 middle school in San Luis Obispo with garden-based education, and we really found that while the garden is a great place for nutrition and environmental education, we really lacked the capacity and the resources for our Spanish-speaking population. One of the schools we work with is Pacheco Elementary, a dual immersion school. And one of the things we're most excited about is all of our curriculum, these 24 lessons do go to our website, which are available for the other schools in our community. And we offer free teacher trainings to teach the teachers how to use the garden-based education. So this will benefit Baywood Elementary as well, which is going to a dual immersion in Hawthorne, and our Spanish-speaking population. So I just wanted to thank you all for the recommendation and thank you for your time. And just as a last final thoughts, I did appreciate hearing the Restorative Partners talk. My father worked at CMC for over 20 years, and so that is a subject really close to my heart. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, our last speaker is Courtney Hale. Okay, Courtney, you'll need to unmute your mic.
Hi, can you hear me? All right. Hello, Council. Good evening. And hi, DEI Task Force. Thank you so much. I want to thank the DEI Task Force. I know y'all have been working so hard. Those meetings are long and every week. Thank you so much for recommending Race Matters for the Belonging 2021 project. We're so excited. And of course, I encourage the council to approve the DEI task force recommendation. And that's it. I'll keep it short. Thank you so much for the recommendation. We're really excited to launch the project, and I think public art is very necessary right now for many reasons, and especially around lifting up Black voices. So thank you again so much, and have a good night, everybody.
Thank you so much, Courtney. All right, City Clerk, was that our last speaker?
That was our last one.
All right, Councilmember Christensen.
Yes, I wanted to also thank our DEI task force. I've caught a couple of the meetings later on, and I know how hard you're working. I appreciate, Mr. Asfa, how your willingness to take on the burden of chairing anything. It's always an extra effort, and I appreciate that. And certainly our consultants have done a wonderful job too, and the committee as a whole. I have done a large number of grant reviews in my past, and I know how difficult it is to read fantastic applications from really, really needy organizations and great projects, and have to whittle it down to projects that really do meet exactly what your criteria are, which is, I thought it really did a great job of deciding what the criteria should be and sticking to it. And I think the awards are great. I appreciate the different kinds of organizations and projects you recommended, and I also, it's really unusual and unique for a granting body to increase or decrease amounts rather than just sticking to what's being asked for, and to do some of that that kind of extra push in terms of things like marketing and something to make the project better. And so I don't know if that's the modern way of doing it, but that is really I think it's really a key piece, and really makes those kinds of efforts actually work much better, which is of course why you did it. I believe that when we put together the DEI task force, we talked back in June. We talked a lot about, for this community, how important education and communication around these issues are. And I just want to congratulate you. I think that the kinds of projects and organizations you're recommending really do contribute to that. And especially with the arts, our arts community needs that support right now, especially, and needs an opportunity for that kind of outreach and places to do that, since so many of their outlets for doing that aren't available right now. So it kind of dovetails into not only what's best for the community, but it's best for some of these organizations too. So I just think it's a great job, and I am thrilled to see some of our old favorite organizations included, because I know they're doing incredibly great work, but also some new organizations receiving grant money. It's good. I fully support your recommendation, and thank you for the work and for the presentation tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Christensen. Okay, while I wait for some of my colleagues to chime in, I just want to say that I'm just so proud of our city organization for moving this forward, and for having a true community effort on it as well, and centering people of color and other marginalized voices in this conversation, and recognizing that that's absolutely who should be leading this conversation. Also naming that we recognize, I think, deeply how far we have to go, how much work we have to do on this topic. And I'm just so affirmed by this process, and also, quite honestly, the outcome of our recent election here, that feels also like confirmation of the community's willingness to engage on what is no doubt a very challenging topic for many people. And so I very much just want to appreciate not only the work of the task force, but also the support of the community at large. And in particular, it was truly an honor to, I would say, bear witness and be included in really truly, being present and hearing the very personal and at times traumatic stories of folks that shared in the process of interviewing to be on this task force in particular, and then also in the context of the task force conversation itself. It takes a lot to share those stories, and I hope that folks felt safe and supported in that process. And I just feel honored to have been a part of that process and to have learned directly from all of your experiences. And I am hopeful and excited that we will be able to have a diversity major city goal with staff and resources moving forward to continue this conversation. And I absolutely would, of course, encourage and invite the community to keep pushing, showing up, saying what needs to be said, even and especially when it's hard around this and any other topic for that matter, but on this one in particular, so that this task force doesn't become what some people have shared a concern about, a sort of a one-off attempt at addressing this issue, but that instead this truly is just the very beginning of a hopefully a very extensive process. So thank you to everyone involved. Councilmember Pease.
Sure, thank you, and I'd be happy to support the recommendations of the task force. I think it was a thoughtful process, and different reviewing folks maybe would have had different combinations, but I do appreciate kind of the innovative openness to how this was evaluated, and I certainly wouldn't be second guessing the specific recommendations. So thank you for that. And I want to add that I'm really excited of how many organizations reached out to be a part of this process. So to me, it indicates that we have a lot of potential for partnerships in the future, and we've heard from some of them either tonight or by email earlier, and so I think that we remain open to all of that potential, and so I'm really excited and grateful to all the applicants for being a part of this.
Thank
Could
you.
I add just one note, Mayor? Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to add that for the task force, these recommendations for funding were really one part of their overall goal and task. And the next phase is really their recommendations to come to City Council again in January. And that's where they, I think, are really looking to intentionally place recommendations around what should the council do beyond just this funding. How can the council, as Dale mentioned, leverage some of its networks? Because equity and inclusion diversity in San Luis Obispo is vast, it's nuanced, it has so many needs. And what I value most about this task force and all the leadership around it is that we were very clear in that we were not going to solve all of the equity issues for San Luis Obispo within this time frame, within this funding cycle. And I'm thankful for the structure around the recommendations to provide an opportunity for the task force to lend their expertise on strategies and ideas for how to propel and continue this work far beyond this one moment in time. And I think some of those systemic issues really need that level of advocacy and innovation and nuance for how we push those things forward and elevate the efforts and nonprofits who have been doing this work in our city and our county for a long time to be a part of the conversation and strategizing around what needs to be supported in a different way as opposed to one-time funding. And I think that played a big part as well. What needs permanent ongoing funding and support? What can benefit now from one-time funding? And I think that played a big part. And so I'm thankful and look forward to you all getting to hear and see that more holistic picture of what comes next.
Thank you for that context, Bea. All right, do we have a second? Councilmember Stewart?
I just had a comment just to kind of finish that out of thank you, Bea. I really appreciate what you're saying. It's partially as I was listening to the public comment, there's so much we've been talking about in the diversity task force that we still have to go as far as this conversation and as far as the actions. And so I just really appreciate everyone on the council being supportive of this conversation and being supportive of longer change in this community. And really, the concept of belonging, it's vast and it's complex. And we can't just solve this with $120,000, and we all know that. So just wanted to kind of echo that and just thank everyone. This diversity task force has been a very interesting process, doing it publicly on Zoom also, because these are some really intense conversations that normally we'd be in person for, and quite honestly, be able to hug after some of the conversation or cry after some of the conversation, because it's pretty intense, and that is a bit stifling, I have to say. And so I just really appreciate the task force doing all of that work as well. So thank you so much. And yes, I will second.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen?
Yes.
Mayor Harmon?
Yes, and with that, it passes 4-0. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you, Bea. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Aman, and everyone else in the force and in our community that contributed to this conversation and that will continue to contribute moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, very much. Thank you. Good night.
Thank
you,
you.
everyone.
All right, the next item before us is to receive a status update for the 1921 goal setting and financial plan process. So Finance Director Brigitte Elke and Principal Budget Analyst Natalie Harnett will please present the report.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Council. We have a relatively lengthy presentation before you tonight, but we'll try and get you through very quickly. Tonight's item is the first in a series of presentations in preparation of the goal-setting workshop for the 2021-23 financial plan, and thus contains information relevant to the decision-making process. Next slide, please. And what's before you is a review of the first quarter results. We'll look at the adopted meta goal and a general plan update. We'll review with you the setting of the stage framework, including a scan of some strategic indicators. And of course, as some of it concentrates on the general fund, we will also give you an overview of the enterprise funds and their current status. Next slide, please. So first, we'll take a look at the first quarter as it stands at September 30th of 2020. It most certainly represented an uncertain time, and the first quarter did nonetheless not reveal any surprises. The general fund is tracking within its adopted budget and does so clearly below the previous year's income levels. The enterprise funds are no different, though the parking fund is just a smidge ahead of its assumed current year revenue, but as expected, well below 2019-20 levels. As reported previously, the transit fund is doing well due to the infusion of CARES Act funding provided to public transit agencies. We have to keep in mind that the revenue does not split evenly into quarterly parts. They trend seasonally and usually above 25% for the summer quarter, though we have experienced the recovery and the long-term fiscal picture is improving. Vigilant is most certainly the term of the time. Next slide, please. Variances can be seen among the various tax and fee revenues. Some seem to have recovered well, and others continue to lag behind. Especially the fee revenue continues to be stifled by reduced permissible operations. And as we know from current happenings related to the ongoing pandemic, this will continue into the remainder of the fiscal year and foreseeable future. I want to point out here TOT. This is a typical revenue source that is not split evenly. Generally speaking, the first quarter in the fiscal year is the highest and tracks closer to 32 and 33% of its annual revenue. Despite the variances to prior year, the city is tracking within its adjusted and adopted fiscal year 21 budget. Next slide, please. And as we can expect from the year 2020, we see continued ups and continued downs, continued wins, and most certainly continued losses. As some revenues are improving quicker than we had previously assumed, many uncertainties remain, and concerns about raising COVID-19 cases and the return to the purple tier continue to overshadow the gains achieved year to date. For now, the gap created with the onset of the pandemic is at least not getting wider, but the next few months, especially the beginning of 2021, will be crucial to gauge the city's overall fiscal picture. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this presentation contains the first of a series of items before Council in preparation of the financial plan. It is generally referred to as setting the stage. This slide is an attempt to illustrate the purpose of the series of presentations leading to the goal-setting process. As such, today we are providing what we see as the sandbox. The box or current framework contains approved core services to the community, efforts adopted through the various general plan programs, including the Climate Action Plan, as well as what we've just heard, the DEI efforts the Council adopted this year. The next presentation in January will provide the economic and fiscal outlook, the current policy framework, and thus provides the tools and materials the Council will have available for its goal deliberation during goal setting and to the strategic budget directions. Next slide, please. Within the entire budget process, the series of presentations is a part of the goal-setting input and illustrated in the lower right-hand bubbles. Long-term plans, goals, and policies and fiscal economic forecasts are all part of that effort. Next slide, please. And as part of the considerations are the adopted long-term plans and deliverables within those plans. And next slide, please. Thank you. The city's general plan combines 8 different elements and with it 412 individual programs. They range from land use and circulation to housing, parks and recreation, and water and wastewater related efforts. Next slide, please. The programs are categorized into low, medium, and high, indicating the difficulty to achieve the programs and the deliverables. To date, 98% of the programs have so either been completed or the deliverables are of an ongoing nature and have been integrated into the core services currently provided by the city service departments. Next slide, please. We wanted to spend a moment to take a closer look at the city's climate action plan. The reason for separating out the most recent element to the general plan is to review the ambitious goals that were adopted in the spring of 2020. These goals extend far beyond the scope of this current financial plan period, with the assumption that resources will be allocated and efforts would be made to accomplish these goals. While the term carbon neutrality might sound familiar, the Climate Action Plan also incorporates a myriad of other ambitious goals as listed in this slide. Achieving these goals will require ongoing momentum over the next 15 years. The budget is a representation of the city's priorities, and as such, it will need to consider climate impacts in nearly all financial plan decisions. Next slide, please. The Climate Action Plan is founded on 6 essential pillars: green buildings, circular economy, connected community, clean energy, lead by example, and natural solutions. It is comprised of 32 total actions, of which about 44% have been initiated to date. These actions are not so much of a wish list as they are core activities in order to achieve the goals set forth within the plan. As mentioned before, at the time of the Climate Action Plan adoption, it was assumed that there will be resources made available in the future, even though they were not specifically identified at the time, and decisions will be made in order to assure that these actions are implemented. It is an important piece to consider in setting the stage for the next upcoming financial plan. And with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to your principal budget analyst, Natalie Harnett, to take a closer look at the current city's goal and the core services financed with the current budget appropriation.
Great. Thank you, Brigitte. So in response to the pandemic and the economic shock, Council adopted a unified major city goal, or meta goal, which prioritizes tasks that support economic recovery and resiliency, and also include elements of the original 5 major city goals. It also approved the creation of a diversity, equity, and inclusion task force, which we just heard from before this meeting, or before this presentation. The meta goal is comprised of 10 strategies to help various sectors and community groups that were affected by the pandemic. The strategies range from finding ways to support local businesses to helping community members partake in safe activities to increase their quality of life. There are 73 potential actions or tactics that were originally identified, most of which are ongoing efforts that have evolved over the last 5 months. So far, 8 quantifiable actions have been completed, such as the development of the vacancy task force with downtown SLO and the development of curbside pickup zones. I did also want to note that with the development of the meta goal, city staff implemented a new tracking system with the hopes of being able to provide council with monthly updates on progress and accomplishments. This is our first go around on reporting out, but if you take a look at attachment B, there's extensive detail on all of the city's efforts. Speaking of efforts, here are just a few ways that the city has supported the community through the meta goal over the last 2 quarters. It has facilitated outdoor dining at approximately 40 locations. It has expanded childcare programs to support the local school district with distance learning, which ultimately impacts hundreds of families, children, and businesses. It has also encouraged 14 businesses to utilize the Fitness in the Park program, and that number might have increased by now. I think this is a little bit older. So as we move forward with the financial planning process, it is important to acknowledge all of the core services that the city provides on a daily basis, many of which are somewhat behind the scenes. So the city is comprised of 3 main groups: public safety, community services, and internal services. Public safety makes up the largest portion of the budget, the general fund budget, and employs about 147 people. The community services group was actually introduced in the 1921 financial plan and has greatly aided in the cross-departmental collaboration between the departments that work together to help maintain infrastructure and deliver services to the community. While the utilities department is in the community services group, it is funded through the water and sewer funds. Internal services include administration, IT, finance, city attorney, and human resources. So the city is obligated to create a balanced budget, meaning that the general fund is limited to spending only what it forecasts to receive in revenue. The majority of this revenue is from taxes, specifically sales tax, property tax, and transient occupancy tax. The remainder is made up of other smaller taxes and fees. This makes up about $70 million, which goes towards funding core services, infrastructure, and debt liability. If there's any excess revenue, it can be allocated for one-time use at year end. If there is a budget shortfall, then the fund is obligated to find some way to pay the difference, such as using fund reserves. So the next slides will briefly go through each of the city's operating departments and demonstrate how the money is allocated. So the police department's budget for fiscal year 2021 is about $17.8 million. This makes up 24% of the general fund budget. The department has 91 full-time employees, which help provide 24/7 safety services to the community and visitors. As reported back to council in March of this year, the overall number of Part 1 crimes, which includes violent and property crimes, has decreased by 4%. The department also runs a community action team, which is comprised of two police officers and a social worker. During the pandemic, this team has been especially busy reaching out to homeless individuals in our community. Since January, there have been 45 success stories where the community action team has assisted individuals with family reunification, temporary housing, and drug and alcohol abuse programs. Additionally, staff has spent over 700 hours in the last year engaged in community partnerships. This includes involvement with advisory councils, committees, and community groups. Cool. So the fire department has a budget of $12.6 million, and similar to police, almost all of this budget is devoted to staffing costs. As a full service, all hazard fire department, it is tasked with the job of protecting the lives and property of its residents and visitors from the effects of fires, medical emergencies, and other dangers. Beyond the delivery of emergency response services and fire prevention activities, the department has devoted a significant amount of focus around disaster preparedness for both the city and the community. And these efforts have resulted in the update of major policies and the rollout of a public preparedness program. Public Works is one of the widest spanning departments. It includes 12 unique divisions that quite literally help prevent the city from falling apart. The Public Works team is constantly busy providing parks maintenance, road maintenance, urban forest services, and flood control, just to name a few. The CIP engineering team works tirelessly to plan, budget, and deliver on all of the city's capital improvement projects. The department also encompasses the parking and transit operations, which, while funded by separate enterprise funds, are managed in collaboration with Public Works. The Community Development Department is about 7% of the total general fund budget. The department is a fees for service department, meaning that much of the revenue collected goes directly into providing services. With multiple new development projects underway, the Community Development Department has remained very busy processing plans and permits, managing floodplain regulations, providing inspections, and enforcing city code. It also manages the housing program, which includes affordable housing and grant opportunities. In order to adapt to COVID-19 and to support economic recovery, the department has implemented several ways to help customers, such as permit streamlining, suspension of regulations, and zoning and sign flexibility. The Parks and Recreation 2021 budget is approximately $4 million and 6% of the total general fund budget. Many of the department's programs are revenue generating, and the revenue partially offsets the cost of running the program, such as golf, aquatics, and the sports. A few of the department's core services include maintaining the city's open spaces, programming and maintenance of the Laguna Lake Golf Course, programming at the Slow Swim Center, and managing the city's public art program. It is also a key childcare provider for the community. In a normal year, the department provides 2,000 childcare spots to the community. These include summer day camps, spring break camps, teacher workday camps, morning before school programs, a TK program, kindergarten programs, and the traditional after school program. The administration and IT department's budget is about 11% of the budget, or $7.7 million. And its efforts go towards the support and oversight of the 8 programs listed here. Each of the programs is responsible for providing a variety of core services to our community, in addition to supporting council's major city goals. A few examples are the business communication and support, management of the city's cannabis business program, leading the city's carbon neutrality goal and climate action plan, open space protection and maintenance, and support of the city's tourism industry advisory body. Additionally, in fiscal year 21, the administration department has spent $250,000 to support our local economy during the pandemic through providing grants to businesses through the Small Business Grant Opportunity Program. This effort has resulted in 375 eligible applications with direct support to 52 small businesses. The finance department is about 4% of the total budget. It's more well-known services might be accounting and budgeting, but the finance department actually manages payroll for the city's over 400 employees and is the central department for all accounts payable and accounts receivable. The purchasing division makes sure that all of the departments are following purchasing policies and aids in finding locally sourced or environmentally friendly vendors when possible. The finance department ensures that the city follows governmental accounting standards and produces required financial documents for annual audits and state and federal reporting requirements. The Human Resources Department budget is $1.4 million. It's mostly comprised of staffing costs, and the Human Resources staff provide many core services to the city employees, such as recruitments, employee training, and benefits management. Human Resources staff has adjusted to support employees through the pandemic by providing additional health and wellness resources to inspire and uplift employees. It also created an employee committee to audit and improve diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and practices within the city. The city attorney's office is the smallest department within the city, and it has a number of 3 full-time regular staff, and that number has remained the same for at least the last 10 years from what I can see going back. While small, the city attorney's office provides vital services to city council, advisory bodies, and staff. It provides legal review for all of the city's contracts and manages any claims or litigations that the city may face. Over the past year, the city attorney's office has seen a large increase in workload related to COVID-19, development agreement implementation, and increases in administrative citation appeals. So we're getting down to the bottom of this green bar. The final pieces of the budget include the city's allocation for its capital improvement plan, including maintenance, and $2.8 million allocation for the required debt payments. Based on adopted revenue projections at the end of this current year, this little green bar is expected to have about $700,000 remaining, which is less than a 1% margin of the total budget. So what lies ahead for the general fund and what to consider during the financial planning process? There's going to be continued changes and uncertainty in economic conditions, the pending closure of the Diablo power plant, further CalPERS adjustments, long-term fiscal and environmental sustainability, the COVID-19 health crisis, and all of the factors that it brings along with it. And then lastly, maintaining a lens through diversity, equity, and inclusivity. So we'll now quickly move through the enterprise funds. The utilities department is included in the city's community services group, but is funded through water and sewer funds. The utilities department also includes a solid waste division that is funded by AB 939 money. The water division provides almost 2 billion gallons of clean water to the community annually and is comprised of 5 programs, with the majority of the budget allocated to source of supply, which is the cost to actually secure the water. The remainder is spent on water treatment, distribution, and water resources. The operations are mainly financed through the rates charged for service, and as a mandate, rates must be sufficient to cover operations, capital assets, debt obligations, and maintain appropriate reserve levels. Similar to the water fund operations, the sewer fund operations are covered by rates charged for service. Its core services include wastewater collection, environmental compliance, utility billing, and the operations and maintenance of a water resource recovery facility and the water quality lab. The sewer division treats over 1 billion gallons of water each year and delivers 80 million gallons of recycled water each year. What lies ahead? The Utilities Department faces some unique challenges in the future. Aging infrastructure will require replacement and maintenance in order to remain functional. Additionally, the planned Prado overpass may require a relocation of wastewater collections, and the cost to operate the upgraded wharf may increase. Not to mention, the $6 million annual debt payment for the wharf upgrade will begin in fiscal year 23-24. At this time, the fund's credit rating remains high, allowing it to borrow money more easily and obtain lower interest rates. Inadequate revenue levels continue to be a concern, especially due to consumption changes and the decision to temporarily defer the rate increases during the pandemic. And just as a little perspective, while the cost to provide clean water and sewer services is expensive, the Utilities Department estimates that the average household spends about $117 a month for water and sewer, and this is about equivalent to the cost of one cell phone per month, which is also something we can't really live without nowadays. Parking Services is a division within the Public Works Department and is funded through the Parking Fund. It manages all of the city's parking operations and has a budget of $4.5 million. In a normal year, revenues meet expenditures, but due to the effort to support economic recovery, the division is taking a shortfall this year. In light of this, the fund postponed the Palm Napomo parking garage project in fiscal year 2021 and is currently analyzing the health of the fund to determine the most prudent way to bond for the cost of the structure in the future. While it faces some challenges, the department is excited to move forward with the installation of on-street pay stations and mobile app payment technology that will begin in the beginning of calendar year 2021. These features will improve customer experience and ease of use. Transit Services also falls into the Public Works Department and is funded separately by the Transit Fund. The majority of transit revenue comes from state and federal distributions, while a small portion comes from ridership. The Transit Division quickly adjusted to the health crisis by altering its operations and increasing sanitation measures. Moving forward, the transit program will be focusing on long-term needs, such as replacing old vehicles, establishing a new transit agreement with Cal Poly, and pursuing opportunities for free electric bus infrastructure upgrades. As part of the Setting the Stage framework, we thought it was important to understand some of the key economic indicators and demographics of the city, as well as understanding the economic impact of the pandemic on the city. This slide is a brief look at some basic statistics from the latest census. The city currently has a population of almost 48,000 people, which compared to the last census is about a 5.2% growth, which is about a percent point lower than the state average. Only about 38% of the housing units in SLO are owner occupied, which is not surprising because of the student population and the high rental occupied community. The median value of an owner-occupied housing unit is quite a bit higher than the state average, which anyone who's looking to buy a house right now has probably experienced. The median rent is about on par with the state, and the median income is also quite a bit lower, but this is also to be expected because of the large university population and individuals working part-time. This graph takes a look at the county unemployment rates over the last 2 years. The unemployment rate spikes to about 14% at the onset of the pandemic and has gradually leveled out to, well, not leveled out, but has gradually made its way down to 7.2%. This is actually better than both the state and the US numbers for September. And as a reference, the unemployment rate during the 2009-2011 recession was about 10%. While it is a good sign to see that jobs are coming back, this number is still higher than a healthy rate of 4%. And as we re-enter the purple zone, it would not be surprising to see this number increase again. Next, we'll take a quick look at COVID's effect on local businesses. This pandemic is especially unique because it has affected certain types of businesses much harder than others. For example, general services and retailers, which includes restaurants, salons, and wellness businesses, excuse me, has seen the most closures. I'm talking so much, my mouth. The total number of closed businesses since last fiscal year was about 350, many of which closed during the last quarter of the year during the pandemic. While this number is quite high compared to previous years, it is important to point out that we have also seen many new businesses open up, and we expect this sort of ebb and flow to continue as the consumer environment changes over time. And at this point, while I'm losing my voice, I will go ahead and hand over the rest of the presentation to your city manager.
Thank you, Natalie. And so at this point, we thought we'd provide a little background about some key areas and demographics about diversity, equity, inclusion in the city. These are some areas that certainly we'll be looking at as we move forward. I think it's important to point out, just as we think about equity inclusion, just also gender equity and the number of men versus women-owned firms, minority-owned firms in the city of San Luis Obispo. And you can see population by race and origin in 2019, how we compare to the rest of the state of California. And this is something that we'll continue to work on more with our partners at the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce, who share diversity, equity, inclusion as part of their vision and strategic plan for as we move forward. Next slide. The diversity, equity, inclusion, Natalie spoke about some of the details and the outcomes that we've been working on, and you've heard a presentation tonight, so I won't belabor this. The focus tonight is on that second box on the left-hand side, the framework for the 21 to 23 DEI focused major city goal. And so that work will continue this Thursday night with the DEI task force, and the presentation of their recommendations is scheduled to come to the council on January 12th, 2021. Along with that lower box, which is provide recommendations to the HRC in relation to the DE&I efforts. I was fortunate to participate in a conversation yesterday with Chair Campbell and Councilmember Stewart, and just thinking through the support that'll be needed for the HRC and potential structural changes. And so I'm confident we'll have a solid set of recommendations about how to build strength into the HRC and capitalize on all the support that's been given over the years. Next slide. Why DEI matters. I think this is important to continue to re-emphasize for our organization in our community, because as we think about a budget, we want to think about our values and a budget expression of our values moving forward. It is important as our city organization, where we have individual thoughts, perspectives, and ideas, and people can bring their full selves into the workplace, into our community. We know that if we focus on DEI, we can recruit and retain individuals of diverse backgrounds and utilize their strengths in our organization and our community. In the community, the council has made a firm commitment as a welcoming, inclusive, and safe community. That was one of the first items that the council took up, and it's incorporated into the vision statement. And certainly we understand that systems of economic and social inequity are embedded, and we need to make a deep structural transition and empower marginalized communities. And that's what we anticipate bringing forward, is should the council prioritize this as a major city goal. Next slide. I want to just pause here and take a pivot here and transition away from DEI for a moment and talk a little bit about something related to what the results from the 2020 election. They've yet to be certified. We expect that next week. But I'd be remiss, we did not take this option to preview an item that I intend to bring back to the City Council on December 8th. As many of you know, we did not budget any funding from April 1st of 2021 through June 30th, 2021. We, and you can see in the bottom part of this slide, estimate that there'll be about $3.8 million coming in. I had an opportunity to meet with our finance director, Elke, last Friday. We discussed some immediate needs that are evident, and we think that were, I think, motivating factors for the majority of our community to support Measure G20. And so my intention is to come back on the council and seek your request on December 8th as part of that meeting agenda for these 4 different areas. The first one would be setting aside roughly about $2.5 million to be set aside and invested to generate income for small grants and tenant improvements so that we can provide essentially subsidized and or free tenant improvement permits to help catalyze the re-tenanting of businesses throughout our community. The second one is additional downtown slow improvements, largely related to winterizing our parklets and additional improvements to help activate our downtown in a very safe way. The third one is the Economic Development Rainy Day Fund. This is modeled after a very successful program we have in our tourism program, and by which we incentivize people to spend money, and then they get gift cards, and then they can spend those funds in different businesses throughout the community. And then the last one seeks, and we have yet to finalize this number, so the $225,000 is a placeholder. We'll be coming back recommending that we take some one-time funding to designate a staff person in our organization to be our liaison and coordinator to deal with some of the challenges related to homelessness. So this is not for the council's action tonight, but we wanted to preview this, and our recommendation is to take action now and essentially use some of the one-time funds and then replenish it with that Q1 Measure G20 funding, which is projected from April 1, 2021 to June 30th. This is somewhat modeled after the approach that the Paso Robles City Council took just last week, in which I think we all identify that there are unmet needs now, and that this new funding provides us the pathway to meet some of those needs. And we're happy to go into more detail when this item returns on December 8th. With that, we'll move forward to the next slide. And I just want to thank the council for giving us the opportunity to do this presentation. We continue to focus on good fiscal management. Our policies are recognized throughout the state. We are working on the public engagement piece as we speak. And we anticipate that based upon the level of the pandemic, that largely our public engagement process will be virtual. And so we're trying to identify ways to maximize that input. And then, as you know, we have quality services. There are certainly many challenges, many opportunities, and many possibilities ahead with the community's support that we've received. With that, we'll move to the final slide with the recommendations, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you all so much for that. I have a couple of questions, but I'll look to my colleagues to see if they have any questions first. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you, and I apologize if I missed this, but I was wondering if we have any updates about CalPERS and if there are going to be adjustments to the rates based on economic reality.
Yeah, it's as we most certainly expect those changes to come. They usually lag behind about 2 years, so we will see changes based on the losses that they've experienced in about 22, 23.
Okay. And their losses, have they been, I remember before when they got into so much trouble and had such loss because they were overly leveraged in housing. I think they've done some diversification, but do we know how they're doing?
Yes, they actually have deployed a new strategy in pursuit of the 7%. Again, the 7% is a long-term average, looking at about a 10-year time frame. But still, obviously, the last 2 years, they reached 6.7 and 4.7 respectively, which is still respectable given the time frame that we've come out of. This is per June 30th of each fiscal year. So they continue to change their strategy to maximize their rate of return and are hopeful that they will, as an overall average, reach the 7% still.
All right, thanks. That was my only question right now.
Derek, we can't hear you.
Just to expand on that answer related to CalPERS, if you recall, of the 5.8 million that the council set aside in March of 2020 for COVID use, 4.2 of that was intended to pay down, to accelerate our pay down of CalPERS. We believe where we're at and where we're headed, that will largely preserve that amount and perhaps a little bit more. And so, in my conversations that I had with Ms. Elke on Friday, we're looking at the next financial plan of how do we make good on last year's payment and the forecasted payment that we have over the next financial plan period, so we can get on track with the back on track with the financial health responsibility plan. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. With the Pomnapomo parking lot, if I'm remembering right, it was 2023, right, when we would be sort of looking at the funding possibility. It seems like at some point then, what would trigger bringing that back to council to reconsider the viability or the need at that point with modern parking transition, et cetera? Are we, it seems like we might not be certain at that point that that is still an appropriate use of that funding. So do we have a mechanism of triggering that coming back to council to reconsider it?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, we certainly have a plan and a strategy in place. Particularly, what you want to start to see is across the board occupancy in your existing parking structures of 85% or greater, and that gives you an indicator that you have enough demand that then will support additional parking supply. As the council knows, that one of the outcomes from the pandemic has been that we've had to use a significant amount of one-time reserves to keep our operations going and also to incentivize economic development in our downtown. So the result of all this is that we'll be monitoring the parking demand. We'll be coming back with a recommendation of when we think is the right timing to initiate that project. The project hasn't halted completely. We've continued work on engineering and design, and so that when the circumstances are right, we're ready to move forward and then build that project. We know long-term the demand is going to return. It's just a question of when will it return, and we want to make sure that it matches up with our obligations to pay our debt service and our other operational costs.
Okay, thank you for that, Derek. For folks that have an interest in having a conversation about police funding, so setting the stage for those folks, I'm sure they will engage in the budget setting process regardless, but I just want to clarify, then, I mean, that seems like the most appropriate place for them to make their ideas and concerns known, or is there somehow a little bit a more specific point or yeah, that would be a more appropriate place for them to engage on police funding?
I think the process to engage in that conversation is through both the survey, which is live right now, and I think through the community forum, whatever format that is in virtual. And then, of course, there'll be, and we have yet to nail down the details, the workshop by which the council then formulates the major city goal statements, and then really where we start to get into the level of detail about funding for departments and programs comes back to the council in April of 2021.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate a lot of the conversation about DEI that was brought up. And then, what I wanted to understand, and I appreciate the major city goal likelihood, and that's exciting. And I know that we have our own city DEI efforts and all of that, and that's also wonderful, and I appreciate those updates. And it seems like that needs to be woven throughout basically every decision that we're making, to the extent that it's appropriate. Is that happening already? And if not, then what needs to happen to include that lens, and to ensure that that is a lens that we're including in these decisions and policies and budget setting process?
So that is a great question. I think ultimately, there are the first part with the assistance with Dr. Peterson from Cal Poly. She helped facilitate our internal audit. So we're beginning, our work within our own organization, and we just completed that audit, and we have 55 recommendations that we'll be working on to improve our system structures and what we can do internally to create inclusivity and equity and diversity within the organization. I think on top of that is really around a cultural shift and cultural awareness and training. And so that is happening both by the department head and myself and the city council, leading by example and continuing to talk about this and actively raising these issues and these perspectives at every point of discussion, where it's public policy, budget, or et cetera. And over in time, the intent is to then inculcate this and integrate this into the culture of the organization and the decision-making process. That will take time, and it has already begun. And these equity and inclusion conversations are becoming a standard part of how we're thinking through issues as we bring forward projects and programs to the city council.
Okay, and I have a similar question about climate action too. I know, again, that's very much a part of what we're doing as a city and as a community, and also just wanting to, it seems like at this point, both of those issues should be interwoven to all that we're doing. And then, since we are calling this setting the stage, I think then the additional step that would be helpful to take is, when we're communicating about the budget setting process, that we're communicating that we are moving forward with our work with the lens of equity and climate action sort of being centered in the work that we're doing, so that we can set that expectation for the community in terms of what they're thinking and what their sort of wants and desires are moving forward. Do you think that there's an opportunity that we can communicate more sort of the grounding in those lenses, so to speak, as we communicate out to the public about what to expect, so to speak, or setting the stage in terms of those sort of foundational issues that we are weaving into our work here as a city organization?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I think that work has begun. I was just trying to find the budget survey, and I think Greg, Mr. Herman, is still on, and I think I see Mr. Hill has popped back in. I believe we're leading with that in the survey work that we've already put out there, and trying to guide people through these values, so that they have a values-based perspective of what at least are some of the guiding principles for the council.
Sure, so I'd be happy to jump in and just provide a couple additional points. So one, that community priority survey is live right now. You can access that by going to slowcity.org/opencityhall, one word. And similar to what we've done in previous years is identify some of the prior priorities for the community so that folks can select those, and also add some explanatory language so people know what we're talking about when we talk about those different priorities. And I think the answer to your question, Mayor Harmon, is yes. And I think that tonight's report and presentation is hopefully an example where climate action is embedded in the information that you're receiving. And not only are we reporting out on where we're at financially, but we're also at the same time reporting on where we're at with respect to our goals in that initiative. So short answer is yes, and look forward to more incorporation and integration as we move forward with the financial plan process.
Yeah, thank you, Derek and Greg. And I would just add that Chris Reed has been working very closely with Natalie and Brigitte on the preparation of the financial plan process. And through that, you'll see that climate action is both in the preamble to the financial plan and how we set the stage for that here tonight, starting with that. We're also working closely with Matt Horn and his team on the capital improvement plan and how climate action considerations can be part of the ranking and selection of CIP projects and how we evaluate those projects. And then lastly, I would just say council may recall that when we adopted the climate action plan, one of the cornerstones is that we would return every 2 years with through the financial plan process, but also that we would be updating the climate action plan itself on a routine basis as well, so that we can continue to keep the resources and needs to attend to our climate action plan ambitions in a manner that is commensurate with our financial plan as well.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
All right, thank you. So this is a receive and file, correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. And so if there's any questions or feedback about any of the 5 items that are listed, we'll happy to receive that tonight. Otherwise, I think you're going to hear a lot about this. This is the second, I think, in a many series of presentations on the budget. So by the time we get to April and then June of 2021, this will be hopefully information that you have readily available at your fingertips.
Thank you. Councilmember Christensen?
Yes, thank you. I don't have a lot to add. We talked a little bit about some of the graphics earlier in agenda review. I did want to just touch briefly back on the DEI stuff, and that is, you had a little slide there about why DEI is important in our values and everything. But in terms of the city itself and as an organization, I think it's really important to continue to emphasize that diversity, equity, and inclusion isn't just about being welcoming and those kind of things, which are, of course, very important, but they're also literally about just organizational excellence, that we produce better work, we do a better job. The more diverse our voices are in doing that job, and the more that we're including, as many kinds of people, as many different viewpoints as possible. So that wasn't really the tenor of that slide, and I just think it's really important. Those kinds of comments and things I've heard in presentations at Cal Poly and other places have really hit home with me, that to be the best organization we can be, that this diversity, equity, and inclusion value is just crucial in terms of being a successful organization going into the future. So I hope that we can really strengthen that the statement around that piece as we move forward through the discussions.
Thank you for that, Carlin. That was great. Appreciate that. Councilmember
Every
Stewart?
once in a while, You're welcome.
I appreciate that as well, Carlin. And I think, Councilmember Pease, I also really appreciate you asking the CalPERS question, because that was one of my questions as well. I know we're going to talk about the water and sewer fund in a moment, but it's still in this moment here in the budget. So I have to ask, I know people are having constant questions about how can we raise rates when they're in a state of maybe no jobs. And I really appreciate having in here the explanation around the credit ratings and how that works for us to move things forward. And I just have to ask one last time, I promise I won't ask it again. Is there anything beyond raising the rates that can still, postpone that just a little bit longer? We just went back into purple. People are losing their jobs again, potentially, and not affect our rating so poorly. Is there anything that we can do kind of in the middle, or at least a little bit longer?
Ms. Elke, I don't know if you want to answer. I wish I had a way to do this. This is going to compound, and this is, if we push this, if we kick this can down the road, eventually we're going to come to a point where the road ends, because this is a series of rates, and so if we kick the can down the road, then we're faced likely with 10% rate increases, and because we'll have to make up. And I've seen that in my career with jurisdictions where that has happened, and all of a sudden you're faced with, substantial rate increases. And so I just want to answer that first, and then say, I think we have some flexibility, but not a lot, because we have made commitments, via our forecast to then people we went out and borrowed money from for water system improvements and wastewater improvements, and the size of what the rate increase generate, there isn't really the efficiencies that we can find in the organization to make up for those. So, Brigitte, I don't know if you want to expand on that at all.
Yeah, most certainly I'd be happy to. And the scenario that Derek just alluded to, actually, where we did have 0 rate increases, and that led to double-digit increases then in following years over multiple years, is definitely something the city of San Luis Obispo has experienced itself as well. As you can probably go a year without addressing the rates, as Derek also mentioned, in compounds. And the long-term forecast considers these rate increases to make sure they're well balanced. They're not as steep as they otherwise would be. In order to come through on the obligations, we mentioned that the sewer fund is about to start paying on its debt. That is a $6 million debt, a similar debt that the water fund has to secure water from the Nacimiento project. And so in order to continue to secure the services, to provide the services and deliver it, that infrastructure, so invisible to most of us, is extensive and is expensive to upkeep, and that's really what it will take to continue that in the long run.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. And then at the end of packet page 185, there's a footnote about business license and tax certificate renewals. And I was just curious, now that September 30th has passed, do we have any more knowledge from then till now, as far as, have we seen a decrease in business license and tax certificate renewals since September 30th?
Essentially, the cycle to renew them is almost complete by the end of September. So the numbers we shared with you are a pretty good gauge as to what we've seen happening. However, I experienced this to be organic as we continue through the pandemic, and unfortunately have just entered the purple tier again. I also expect that the big hit for business licensing and taxation will come next year, because the tax is based on the previous calendar year, which obviously was not influenced by the pandemic. However, the next year will be based on 2020, obviously, with many of these businesses being either closed or partial activities. So we do believe that this is not something that is done this year. It will influence next year just as much.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And then lastly, I see that the survey ends on December 15th. I seem to remember this being a bit challenging last, 2 years ago as well, was we asked for this input during kind of the busiest time, November and December, end of the year and winter holidays and all these things. And then all of a sudden we come back to the new year and we're like, oh, we don't take any more input. So I just really want to encourage us to still take the electronic input past this December 15th date.
Yeah, if I can, I don't want to go to we'll take a look at that, Councilmember Stewart. I know that there's a big data crunch to try to get it in time, and whether or not we have the flexibility this year, given just everything. I think we are literally building the plane as we fly this year, because there's been so much change in terms of thinking about how we're going to reach out to the community. So we'll give that some thought, and if we're able to adjust the date, we'll make sure that the council's aware of that.
Thank you.
Mayor Harmon?
Yes.
We had someone say that they were trying to provide public comment but couldn't. And we're wondering if you wanted to take that public comment now.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Viam, I will unmute your microphone. Okay, you're unmuted. But again, you'll have to self-mute.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Viam. I chair the Slow Climate Coalition. I'm a longtime resident of San Luis Obispo. First, I want to just start by thanking Brigitte and Natalie for a very engaging budget presentation and very informative. I want to share with the Council and staff that the Slow Climate Coalition really believes that equity is the center of climate justice, and that, building on the last item and this item, the Slow Climate Coalition is really committed to partnering with our racial and social justice allies to continue to deepen our understanding and our meaningful action at the intersection of climate and equity. And it's really, speaking from the community, it's the direction that our city is going, in the institution of the city and its commitment to culture of climate leadership and of equity at the center of our organization is means so much, and will mean so much for the community. And I just want to reiterate the power of 400 city employees who are who are empowered and model being climate champions and being champions for equity in each of their particular roles, and just the impact that that'll have on our community and on our world and on our planet, and this opportunity to really share that through modeling and through communication, empowering our community to do the same. So I'm really feel very positive about the direction we're going, and thank City Manager and our council and all of our staff for their commitment.
Thank you so much for that. All right. That was a beautiful way to end this item. And then we will move on to the next item, which is a public hearing for the 2020 interim year solid waste rate adoption. And so Utilities Director Aaron Floyd and Interim Solid Waste and Recycling Coordinator Jordan Lane will please present the report. Aaron, you look like you're wearing sunglasses, which I thought was a genius.
No, I just
Cool there.
I found the page a little bit blurry in the past couple months, so I've gone to glasses. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm I'm joined by our city's first ever solid waste coordinator, Jordan Lane, this evening. While not the water and sewer rates that we were talking about a minute ago, I did want to express to council our appreciation and also share our respect about the thoughtful comments about the affordability of water and sewer, and for this item, solid waste rates that we are contemplating this evening. Jordan will be making a brief presentation for us this evening. We are available to answer any questions that may arise after that. And in looking over the attendee list, I also see that we do have representatives from the San Luis Garbage Company if questions are better answered by them. With that, I will ask Jordan to give the presentation.
Jordan, you're muted, I think. Try again. Teresa?
Showing on my end that she's not muted. It's something with her computer not cooperating. And it worked beautiful for us this afternoon when we tested.
Go out and come back in.
Yeah, maybe that would help. Jordan, do you want to exit the meeting potentially and then re-enter? Teresa, I don't know if you found success with that strategy.
Yes,
but that
yes,
can
that
help.
has
Okay.
worked in the past.
Okay,
So,
great.
So Madam Mayor, I'm going to suggest we just table that item and then we move on
Okay.
to the housing element. We can come back to that when we resolve the IT issues.
Great. All right, then in that case, we will review the sixth cycle housing element.
Because the housing element is going to be so quick.
And a negative declaration of environmental impact. So Community Development Director Michael Codron and Associate Planner Rachel Cohen, please present the report. And let's Jordan. Jordan?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Sorry, Michael. Please stand by. Please
Sorry,
stand
Michael.
by. Jordan, take it away.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jordan Lane, Interim Solid Waste and Recycling Coordinator, and I'll be discussing the 2020 interim year solid waste rate adjustment. 2020 has been a trying year, obviously, for a lot of reasons. One of the challenges, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen all right?
Yes, now we can. Thank
you. Okay. So one of the challenges that we've been facing is the volatility of the recycling market. China essentially ended importation of recyclable materials from the United States back in January of 2018 under National Sword. As a result, MRFs, or recycling facilities, responded by slowing down their recycling lines and adding sorting staff, so increasing their personnel to create a product with a lower contamination rate, lower than we've seen in history. And that's in order to remain competitive in the marketplace. This, of course, ends up increasing the cost of operations at the recycling facilities. And so to stay revenue positive here locally, our recycling facility increased their tipping fees from $67.50 per ton up to $96 per ton. And this creates a chain effect, and it actually created an unexpected cost of over $300,000 for our franchised hauler. So the chain reaction continues, and that's why we're here today with a rate increase request from our franchised hauler. We're also facing the challenge of COVID-19, and we understand and we are compassionate about the effects of COVID-19 on our community and on the greater economy. The rate adjustment has been scrutinized over. We've taken over a year actually to get a number that we feel is equitable and justifiable. And San Luis Garbage Company has really stepped up to the plate as well. They're taking extra precautions necessary to ensure the safety and protection of their drivers, and they've maintained consistent service for us in the city of San Luis Obispo. There are neighboring agencies that have experienced delays in their service, and that's just not something that we've seen in our city. Finally, they've continued recycling. Unfortunately, there are over 50 agencies throughout the country that have stopped processing or hauling recyclable material altogether, and they're now directing it straight to the landfill. And that's either because there are staffing shortages, or they don't want to expose their personnel to materials on the sorting line, or they just have costs that cannot be recovered, so it's not a viable business. But San Luis Garbage Company and Waste Connections, their parent company, have really safeguarded our recycling programs, so we haven't been faced with those same insurmountable challenges that the rest of the country has. The city is also making efforts to adapt to COVID-19 in our solid waste program. We're actively seeking partnerships for financial assistance for our community members, and we're compiling a list of resources that will be made available to the public as soon as we have it. And if there is anyone who is vulnerable or at risk, please contact me directly. Please send them my way. Ask for Jordan Lane in the Utilities Department, and I'll be more than happy to get you on our list and help you out however we can. Finally, we are ensuring equitable rate setting, and that is through a rate study. The rate setting process in the city of San Luis Obispo occurs over a 3-year period, a 3-year application period, and the most recent base year rate adoption was June 18th, 2019. Now we're in between the interim years of 2020 and 2021. The 2020 proposed rate increase we're discussing tonight is based on 3 factors. The first accounts for that, that tipping fee increase at the MRF from $67.50 a ton up to $96 a ton. So it's that deficit that San Luis Garbage has of over $300,000 per year. The second is the rate setting manual update. So the City of San Luis Obispo solid waste rate setting manual was written in 1994, and it's missing crucial legislative language that's been adopted since its establishment. We need to ensure this document is compliant with current legislative requirements, including those of Proposition 218, which ensure that rates being charged to customers do not exceed the cost of providing the trash services to those customers. Every base year, San Luis Garbage Company does submit an audited financial document to us. We don't participate in the compilation or breadth of the report. We are merely handed the results. So prior to the 2022 base year rate setting, which is our upcoming base year rate setting, through due diligence, we have included budget for a third-party solid waste rate study. The third-party rate study will evaluate the total cost of hauling operations at San Luis Garbage Company. It'll also ensure equitable rates across our rate base, and it will validate whether our existing rate structure is compliant and is the best suited for our community, or if there's a better structure out there. I already mentioned the rate setting manual update will ensure compliance with Proposition 218. It'll also clarify ambiguous and outdated language, and it will re-examine timelines and deadlines. The manual update and the rate study are a one-time fee. So we've budgeted $150,000 for both together, the rate study and the manual update, and that fee will no longer be considered when we go to assess rates in 2022. But what we will have at that point in time is a really thorough rate study that we can use to reestablish baseline rates that are easily justifiable, easily equitable, or I guess just equitable, and a rate setting manual that is legally defensible and is current. So what will that look like for our community members? For a residential customer of San Luis Garbage Company, the total proposed rate adjustment is 5.34%. And that's comprised of the recycled material processing costs increase and the third-party rate study and rate setting manual update. So for a standard level of service, which in this example is a 64-gallon container, the medium-sized bin, the monthly difference on a residential bill is $1.79. For commercial customers, the total proposed rate adjustment is 5.60%. So the monthly difference on a 2-yard dumpster that's serviced twice weekly would be $11.06. The implementation date of the proposed rate increase is December 1st of 2020. And do you have any questions?
Thank you so much for that, Jordan. Does anyone have any? City Clerk, do we have any questions from the public?
Does not appear, however, oh, no, we don't, but we also have to do the report out on the protests received prior.
Okay, would you like to do that now?
Yes, please. So since the release of the proposed 218 notices on September 25th, 2020, the city received 30 written protests on the solid waste rate adoption that were valid in advance of tonight's meeting. It does not appear that we have any submitted at the meeting. So based on that and the percentage needed, this does not appear to constitute a legally sufficient protest for the water rate increase. Water? No. Solid waste increase. And that concludes the report.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Christensen?
Yes, thank you very much, Jordan. Good report. I really appreciate you, Erica, you continuing to bring up the issues of equity, and I thank staff and the San Luis Garbage Company for the, I know, great amounts of work you guys have done over the last year getting to this point. And so I will go ahead and move staff recommendation.
And I'll second that and also second the appreciation for all the folks that are trying to manage waste under an evolving market and setting and all of those things. So thank you.
Great. City Clerk?
Councilmember Christensen?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes, and I just want to thank you, Jordan. I really appreciate the very clear and easy to read staff report for us and for actually the whole public. I know it's a lot of work, so thank you.
Mayor Harmon?
Yes, and with that, it passes 4-0. Thanks again, Jordan. City Manager, it would appear that we have approximately 2 hours remaining at this point, so I'm wondering if we can bump agenda item 17, the vesting tentative track map, to the next City Council meeting, or what the...
We can certainly do that. I know we've got about two hours left. It depends on the scope of questions for the housing element. I don't know if we do have some staff on tonight for the San Luis Ranch item. So we can go ahead and let them go if it's the pleasure of the council to continue that item to December 8th. Just understanding that that agenda looks quite full as well. I think that's 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Plus closed session. It's actually more like a 4.5 hour meeting.
Okay, well, I don't have the depth of understanding to know exactly how long the presentations are going to be, but if it's possible to get all of this in the next, I don't know, we don't usually go past 11, and frankly, I know Carlin's expressed this in the past, and I think it's probably true for all of us. I don't know how good of decision makers we become after 11, so I think that's just important. So why don't should we try and do our best to get through the housing element update review and see where we're at, and then make a decision at that point?
Yeah, I personally, I could see the handwriting on the wall, as it were, and even though I am closing my eyes, I am still alert. The brightness of the room. So I planned for a long, late meeting because I think if we can, try to wrap some of this stuff up with this council, because it just ties it up neatly, and we can move on with our new council in December. But if we literally can't think anymore, you're right. We have to do something different. But yeah, I think we should try it.
Okay,
Agreed.
in that case, okay, great. Michael, take it away. And your
Great,
most.
thank you, Mayor Harmon, council members. Just want to make sure you're hearing me and seeing me all right.
Yes, can hear you and can see you, and can now see your slides.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, good evening. I'm joined tonight by Associate Planner Rachel Cohen.
Hang on a
and-
second, excuse me, Michael. Yeah, I can see your slide, but it's, yeah, there you go. Otherwise I can't see it at all. Okay, thanks.
Awesome, great. Well, thank you, Rachel. I'm joined by Associate Planner Rachel Cohen. She's running the slides for you tonight and will be giving the bulk of the presentation. Also, Principal Planner Tyler Corey is on the line if we have any questions for him. And we're back in front of you today with a recommendation to adopt the city's next general plan housing element. And before I ask Rachel to dive into a detailed presentation, I wanted to take the opportunity to provide some context for our recommendation and highlight a few key points. First, it's important to know that the outcome that we're seeking through this process is HCD, that's the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD certification of an adopted housing element. So housing elements today have many prescriptive requirements and have to respond to several state housing law directives. The city has an analyst assigned to our housing element at HCD, and we've been working very closely with that person to make sure that we are in line for certification following adoption by the City Council. Contrary to some agenda correspondence you received, we do not believe it's in the best interest of the city to delay adoption. As Rachel will describe in her presentation, we believe it's very important to head into 2021 with an adopted housing element. As you can see from the agenda report, we have a lot of programs to implement and we want to get started on that work. Second, the programs that we are recommending for approval are necessary for state certification and reflect over 3 years of major housing legislation enacted to positively impact the state housing crisis. As one of the first jurisdictions to put forward a 6-cycle housing element for certification, it's been interesting to see HCD's response and direction, and we believe that our programs will be of great interest to other communities in the state as well. Rachel will present the programs for your review in 3 categories. Those items that were directed by the City Council at our last meeting on this topic, those programs that are required by state law, and then those that are required by HCD to gain certification of our housing element. So you will hear the term objective standard a lot tonight, and I wanted to define that right up front. An objective standard is one that can be applied to a project without the city exercising discretion. So objective standards will allow us as a city to make sure new development has all of the qualities we are looking for without relying on the subjective view of a decision maker in a public hearing to allow that project to move forward. So as the state gets serious about housing production, cities are being required to eliminate discretionary review processes that have resulted in uncertain outcomes and have been shown to drive up the cost of housing. And so we have proposals to address that. Finally, as noted in the item earlier tonight regarding the financial plan, the city will need to apply resources to these work efforts to ensure that they are completed on time and that they accomplish the goal and policy they're intended to implement. By tackling the challenge head on, the city will be able to develop form-based codes and other objective standards that will facilitate housing production, support San Luis Obispo's architectural character, and keep the community informed about pending developments. And with that introduction, I will turn it over to Rachel for the presentation, and then we'll be available to answer any questions that the council might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and good evening, Mayor and members of the council. As discussed by Michael, we're going to be talking about the housing element this evening. Specifically, staff is recommending the council adopt a resolution approving the housing element update and adopt a negative declaration of environmental impact. Also, staff is recommending that the council adopt a resolution that facilitates the removal of discriminatory language from property deeds in the city. State law establishes a schedule for cities and counties to update their housing elements on a regular basis. Under this schedule, the city's housing element update is due this December. As a part of this update, the city is required to include programs designed to meet our share of the surrounding region's housing needs for all income groups, known as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. I'll be calling it RHNA throughout this presentation. This process ensures that each jurisdiction accepts responsibility within its physical and financial capability to do so for the housing needs of its residents and for people who might reasonably be expected to move into the city. The city's been allotted a RHNA of 3,354 units, as shown on this slide. And the 6-cycle housing element needs to show that the city has that capacity. Currently, based on the residential capacity that is outlined in the city's housing element in Appendix E, the city can accommodate this RHNA allocation, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in my presentation, without rezoning any property within the city. So this is just this is the table I was talking about, where it outlines our total RHNA allocation of 3,354 units. This also just gives you a snapshot of the total number of units that are anticipated for the entire county of San Luis Obispo as well. Kickoff for the 6-cycle housing element update began in April of 2019 with a public forum on housing and a study session with the City Council. Since then, we've had several other public meetings, and during those meetings, we've received public feedback as well as feedback from the Planning Commission and City Council. On July 22nd, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended the City Council adopt a resolution approving the city's housing element update and a negative declaration of environmental impact. In addition, as I mentioned, to these meetings, we have had several presentations to various groups within the community, 2 online surveys, as well as a public workshop. Most recently, the city published a revised draft of the housing element update on the city's website, and we provided communication with various stakeholder groups, our interested parties list. We posted notices on our social media platforms, as well as posted a notice in the local New Times newspaper in both English and Spanish. The city has received extensive correspondence from the California Rural Legal Assistance, CRLA. City staff participated in informal discussions with CRLA regarding their letters, and last Friday, the city provided CRLA with a letter that responded to the items in their September 1st letter. This letter was included as agenda correspondence to council as well. And CRLA has provided another letter recently, as of yesterday. However, this new letter does not contain any new topics. And the letter largely discusses items that would be desirable in the housing element, but are not legally required. One of the items I did want to clarify from the letter from CRLA that I wanted to address was the reference to 120-day safe harbor. HCD has 120 days to certify the housing element once adopted. However, our current housing element expires on December 31st, 2020. If a housing element is not adopted, the city would not have any housing element. And without a housing element, the city would not be eligible for any grant application, as well as which provide funding for many affordable housing projects. The city's received over $1 million in the last few years alone for funding housing projects. Additionally, if the city's housing element is not certified by HCD, the city would be on a shorter 4-year housing element cycle, which would be different than SLOCOG and other jurisdiction cycles in the county, and would cause other challenges such as issues with transportation funding. Additionally, the city would be open to lawsuits, which could lead to the loss of local control and the ability potentially to issue building permits. The revised 6-cycle draft housing element and its appendices include information such as updated demographic and residential capacity information, housing constraints and resources, and implementation plans. Chapter 3 of the housing element contains goals, policies, and programs that provide direction and the plan for how the city will achieve the accommodation of those 3,354 units within the city as required by HCD. The staff report included attachment B, and I have a snapshot here on this slide of that attachment, which includes a color-coded red line matrix that identifies all the changes to the goals, policies, and programs in the housing element and who recommended those changes. I want to note that those programs that are adopted as part of the housing element really set up the framework and the work plan for streamlining the housing development, including affordable housing development. Implementation of these programs will be a future work effort and will include public planning commission and city council review and consideration as we move forward. On September 1st, the City Council reviewed the housing element update and provided direction to staff on several policies and programs. Policy 7.9 was added to Chapter 3 as recommended by the Planning Commission to address public health and housing. The City Council supported the inclusion of the new policy, but directed staff to review programs 7.14 and 7.15 to provide more clarity. Staff took another look at these programs and is recommending that 7.14 be removed and program 7.15 be modified to address the intent of the Planning Commission's recommendation. Program 7.14's requirement to have a housing project be evaluated by an outside group poses several issues as outlined in the staff report, largely predictability in the review process, review timing and scoring outside of the city's control, no basis to evaluate the scores once they were received, and then the potential delay in possibly approving housing projects. Program 7.15 makes sense to connect with the community design guidelines since it would be beneficial to have those two sort of pieces come together. Currently, the housing element program, the implementation would be difficult since the program only encourages that residential projects include amenities, and by adding it to the community design guidelines, it becomes something that's more applicable and to all projects as opposed to something that could be encouraged for a project. In addition, 10 units reference was changed to 11 units to be consistent with our existing definition of major development review projects. Council also directed staff to work with the city's attorney's office to reword policy 10.2. And in reviewing the city's housing element, HCD shared concerns with policy 10.2 and program 10.4. HCD stated in their letter that policy 10.2 potentially erects barriers and prevents access to housing opportunities, particularly to individuals from outside the city, and should be removed. In light of this concern, as well as being mindful of fair housing rights, staff is recommending that Goal 10 and its policies and programs be removed from the housing element to prevent any barriers to housing for any individual. And although this section is proposed for removal, staff does want to mention that the city does still have the ability to pursue opportunities on a case-by-case basis. We're legally allowed to support housing for local individuals. The housing element is part of a larger planning document of the general plan, and one of those other elements in the general plan is our conservation and open space element. Section 3 of the conservation open space element provides specific goals, policies, and programs related to cultural heritage, such as historic resources. Policy 3.3.1 states significant historic and architectural resources should be identified, preserved, and rehabilitated. The conservation and open space element is a more appropriate place to add a new program regarding a time frame for updating the historic resource inventory. Staff is recommending that if this is an important item for council to provide direction to staff to consider as part of the upcoming work plans for the conservation and open space element or the 21-23 financial plan. Mixed-use projects are allowed in 8 different zones throughout the city and allow projects that combine both commercial and residential uses. Land use element policies 2.3.6 and 3.3.1 encourage businesses to be located within mixed-use or neighborhood commercially zoned parcels near residential neighborhoods. Based on existing policies within the land use element, a new program for micro businesses in or near neighborhoods would be better suited for this element rather than the housing element. Staff is recommending that if this is an important item for council, to provide direction to staff to consider as part of an upcoming work plan for the land use element or the 21-23 financial plan. Once a housing project is complete, management of CC&Rs falls to the property owners and or homeowners association. CC&Rs that are discriminatory are contrary to state and federal law and are therefore null and void. Currently, the County of San Luis Obispo offers a low-cost service to redact any illegal restrictive covenants. Although these covenants are no longer enforceable, many property owners have taken the opportunity to remove the offending language from their property deeds. Council also provided direction in regards to gray water systems and indicated that gray water programs should be potentially included in the housing element. Gray water systems are allowed in the city, and depending on the amount of gray water released, a permit may be required. The Utilities Department has provided an outline of the requirements on the city's website. Gray water is regulated by the California Plumbing Code, and Chapter 16 states that gray water must be used as it is created and cannot be stored on site for any purpose. There are 3 different classifications of gray water systems, and they vary in complexity and permitting requirements. Because this is an issue already addressed in the California Building Code, staff does not recommend referencing gray water systems in the housing element. A companion recommendation in the staff report presented to council is to adopt a resolution that facilitates the removal of discriminatory language from property deeds in the city. The City Council has expressed a commitment to making San Luis Obispo a welcoming, inclusive, and safe community for everyone, and to promote free thought and speech while condemning racism, hate speech, bigotry, violence, and prejudice. So you'll see as part of the staff report that second recommendation to adopt a resolution regarding restrictive covenants. In September, staff shared the draft housing element, or in September when we came to City Council, we shared that we had submitted our draft housing element to HCD for review. The review allows HCD and the city an opportunity to work together to make sure that the housing element is adopted, that the housing element adopted complies with state law. Having a certified housing element allows the city access to state funds for future housing projects. Since our meeting, the city has received a formal letter of review from HCD, and staff has worked with HCD to address the items outlined in the letter and are reflected in the redlined housing element that is a part of the council's agenda report. This is also posted on the city's website for public review. New programs have been added to the housing element in response to HCD's comments. Many of these changes, including the new program shown on the slide here, were added to the housing element per state law requirements. Other new programs were added as recommendation by HCD for certification. Over the last couple of years, the state has added numerous new state laws, and so we are now needing to reflect those within our housing element. Program 2.16 reflects changes or the addition of Senate Bill 35, streamlining provisions for new housing developments. Program 3.10 reflects new state law regarding the replacement of affordable housing. Program 4.17 was added in response to affirmatively further fair housing requirements. And Program 4.8, another requirement per state law, was added to comply with fair housing law. Program 8.18 plans for the implementation of supportive and low barrier navigation centers by right, where other residential units are allowed by right. To address conflicts of the zoning regulations and the Employee Housing Act, the city is including a new program 8.23 in the housing element update. Program 8.23 is necessary because the city allows agricultural uses within our agricultural and conservation open space zones. And per state law, employee housing, such as farm worker housing, must be allowed in these zones as well. Any project proposed will be required to comply with the city's development standards and code requirements, including the ability for the project to be served by city services and located within the urban reserve line. Program 5.5 was added per HCD's recommendation to achieve certification. Several sites in our inventory are located in the service, commercial, and manufacturing zones, and this program would aid in streamlining the approval of housing in these zones. I just want to make a note, there was an error within the staff report, but it is reflected correctly in the draft housing element that this program would be implemented within 1 year of the adoption of the housing element. And give me a second, I'm gonna turn some lights on. Right. So as part of the housing element update process, jurisdictions must document their residential land capacity to show how their RHNA can be met. The city of San Luis Obispo's RHNA, as I mentioned, is just over 3,000 units. And those RHNA numbers are counted starting from January 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2028. This slide shows that in 2019, 1,536 units received a planning entitlement or were issued building permits. That means that our inventory has to account for 1,818 more units. And the city has identified through the inventory that the city can accommodate just over 4,000 additional dwelling units. A substantial portion of the residential units identified in our inventory are located within the Avila Ranch planning area and San Luis Ranch specific plans, and also include residential units that are currently under planning review. New to this housing element is the ability to count ADUs, and the city anticipates approximately 270 new ADUs to be constructed within the planning period. All of these permitted entitled units reduce, I talked about how we've already got, we just have 1,818 units left to accommodate. With the release of new state laws, HCD communicated that the city has not successfully shown how affordable units will be developed on the sites identified in inventory. As such, the housing element must include programs that will incentivize, streamline, and support the development of housing, including affordable units. So, per the direction from HCD, there's additional programs that staff has added to be able to have that, to receive certification from HCD. Per state law, any site that has been in a previous housing element inventory must allow those sites to be developed by right. And if they include 20% of the project is affordable to low-income households. By right, I want to kind of make sure this is clear. It means that a conditional use permit, a planned unit development permit, or other discretionary review or approval is not required. So I just want to reiterate that this program only applies to those sites in our inventory that have been in previous housing elements, and those are indicated in Appendix E of the housing element. They've been identified with a notation, so it's very specific which sites this program would apply to. Programs 2.18, 6.22, and 6.23 were added per HCD's recommendation to achieve state certification. Program 2.18 is an opportunity to apply the by right and minimum 20% unit parameters on other sites in the city that were not listed in the city's housing element inventory. And the idea is that this could promote housing development for various income levels in other parts of the city. Program 6.22 is a plan to expand our objective standards in the zoning code to include community design guidelines. And then lastly, program 6.23 was recommended by HCD as a way to streamline the number of steps that a housing project needed to take in order to be able to submit building permits and begin construction on new units. And so just to reiterate that although these programs are included in the housing element, they set up the framework for the work to proceed over the next several years, and many of these programs will be coming back to the Planning Commission, City Council for final adoption and implementation. A negative declaration of environmental impact is recommended for the housing element update because there is no substantial evidence that the project or any of its aspects may cause a significant effect on the environment. I will conclude staff's presentation with a slide reminding council of staff's recommendations, and staff is available for any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stewart.
Thanks. Bear with me. I'm always losing my mouse. Thank you so much, Rachel. It's a lot to go through, especially at 10:30 at night. So thank you.
This has been the last year and a half of Rachel's life, so I think she could do it in her sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just on packet page 234, I noticed the list of groups you went through, TEMA, Home Builders Association, etc. I noticed EBC. I didn't notice REACH. I just wondered if you guys had if you all had spoken with REACH as well for input.
I didn't speak with REACH. We reached out to the groups I identified there, as well as apply. We also had our surveys that went out for a variety of went out to anyone that wanted to partake in those surveys. I don't know who participated in those, so that
it's totally fine.
Groups. Yeah.
Thank you. And then on packet page 235, we're talking about information going out in utility billing at least once a year around the fair housing. And I'm just curious, because we have so many things that are so much more digital now, if we want to include something more around the digital aspects as far as emails or social media or, something of that sort, versus only in billing? Because I think a lot of people get, or can it be on the website of the billing site? Just looking at not everyone's into their mail. So I'm concerned with that.
Yeah, I think the utility billing has like the widest distribution of what we do in terms of our outreach, but that would be like the minimum that we would do, and we could certainly do more.
Okay.
That outreach.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and some of that is language suggested from HCD, so we're open to adding additional opportunities for outreach.
Something like encourage, so we don't like pin ourselves down, of course, but I think that's important to realize that not everyone's, even though everyone gets their mail of utility potentially, doesn't mean that they're actually getting it themselves, between landlords and tenants and all that good stuff. As far as the buy right, I just want to make sure that's for low income and very low income, not for moderate income or above moderate income, right?
It depends on which program you're looking at. For example, the program which is focused on specific sites within our inventory that have been in previous housing elements, that applies to any kind of housing project, but they have to have 20% affordable as part of their project in order to be able to get that buy right option.
Okay, thank you. I wish it was only the bottom two, but anyway, packet page 240, the Healthy Communities Work Group. So just so I understand a little bit more as far as who you spoke with, did you actually speak to anyone from the Healthy Communities Work Group to come up with these thoughts or assumptions?
Yeah, I spoke. I've spoken actually with Kayla multiple times. She's the sort of the point person for the Healthy Communities Work Group, and so they've worked out a system with the county, I know, in terms of referral. They're actually going through currently a process of sort of revising and evaluating how they do their process and their evaluations. And I've shared that we as a city would like to be involved in that, because currently they have a scoring system. For example, we don't have any way to interpret that. We don't have a system set up to apply that score. Additionally, just how the review process works is different at the county than it is at the city. And so it doesn't necessarily function as well for our two entities. So I think that they're open to having further discussions and understand that there are some pieces that aren't quite in place to make it as feasible for the city to integrate this time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I also appreciate you bringing in the community design guidelines and trying to at least incorporate some of that there. Going to packet page 241 about the local preference. So I'm a little bit concerned with the way this changed. I appreciate decreasing barriers, and at the same time, we could be also increasing barriers by not allowing the local preference. So I don't want to, add to systemic racism by putting in barriers, but I also want to be realistic in if people can come in and, not help people with their commuting and their living closer to their work. I'm just thinking there's got to be some way we can still include this a bit. I know that Jan Mark suggested local preference to reduce commuting. Wondering if there's some way we can maybe bring that wording in. That kind of made more sense to me. So I'm concerned that we're going to have people still losing the ability to decrease their commute by people who have more money purchasing the homes out from underneath them.
So our recommendation on this one is not to include it in the housing element based on the direction from HCD. We have a lot to work through with HCD, and it's better really for their concerns as it relates to fair housing to be honored, and for us to try to figure out another way to implement the goal or the objective that we're trying to achieve here. And I think with this one in particular, there are good opportunities for the larger projects and for commercial projects where we are talking about trip demand management, and where we're talking about like if we have like what our experience was with San Luis Ranch and Avila Ranch, where we're negotiating a agreement, and a part of that agreement could be that the city has an interest in reducing commute times, and we want you to target local workers within the county or within a certain distance. We have every ability to do that, but in the housing element as an overreaching policy of the city, the way this reads to somebody who isn't familiar with our community and what our intent is that, well, somebody who doesn't have goodwill or is trying to achieve a different outcome could use this very same language and be exclusionary in terms of the practice and how they approach that. And so we are hearing the issue and the concern, and I think there are a number of different ways to accomplish it. And we do recommend that language not be included in the housing element.
Okay.
And from a fair housing perspective, when you have a community whose demographic looks like ours, overreaching policies about local preference can look very much like a likely barrier to inclusion and diversity. And I think that's the concern that's being expressed by HCD at the global policy level. And as Michael said, that does not preclude our ability to be more surgical in an approach that embraces our diversity, equity, and inclusion objectives, while at the same time incorporating a more targeted, more surgical local preference provision.
That makes sense. Yeah, I definitely don't want to prolong our already challenged racial situation here. Okay, thanks. And sorry, 1 second, last question. Oh, as far as the gray water, I understand that it's already in the building code, but do we not want to highlight it, kind of making that, kind of that circular reminder in a sense, that we encourage people to use gray water and to refer them to the code?
I don't think the housing element serves that particular purpose. I think we can do more to promote gray water in the community and in our department. But at the same time, the housing element and programs in the housing element are now, to a greater degree than ever before, monitored and tracked by HCD for performance to further their housing goals and objectives. And this isn't one of those. It's already something that's in the building code that we implement. But we don't have like a brochure on it. There's a lot of things we could do to communicate about gray water that we're not. And so if that's an interest of the council, we would certainly be able to accomplish that.
Okay, thank you. And I love the CC&R racial covenant removal resolutions. I'm concerned with the word safe and how it's being utilized. So I just wondered if what was the intent of that exact word in there?
Are you talking about in the resolution itself?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Derek, if you can respond to that.
It looks like it's trying to be safe for everyone in the community.
Just that word has a strange connotation that
It could go
sometimes
either way, I
seems
see what you're saying.
that the dominant race may be feeling unsafe by the non-dominant race. And so I don't want that to be what we're saying in this resolution. So more maybe just connected. I don't know what like I said, the intent was.
We could delete the safe and the comma and just go with a inclusive and welcoming community.
Yeah, just make it simple. So that's in a couple of places. So Can look at that.
Let's make a note of that.
And then at the end of that same resolution, packet page 291, is there anything we can do to add kind of an advocacy whereas to the either the clerk reporter to just remove these covenants countywide instead of making everyone turn in a form, or if it needs to happen more at a statewide level, just something of that advocacy level?
Yeah, and in this case, basically what we're doing is availing ourselves of a service that the county is offering. And so we're going to do what we can to promote that and to connect residents in our community with the county. And they have the ability to actually change the language on the deed, but my understanding of it is it has to be a property owner election to make that change.
Correct.
Right. But is there a way to advocate though for it not to have to be a property owner, like in whether it's at state level or county level? Is there a way that we can advocate for that to be done at a higher level, so it's just done?
That would go in our legislative platform.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Thanks, Carlin. I'm tired, you know. Okay, I think that's the last of my questions. Oh, and just thank you so much for the one section, the 4.2, trying to remove so we're not just getting affordable units as studios. So thank you very much for that too.
Councilmember Christensen?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask a few questions that I know the answers to, but I think that they should be highlighted in our early questions. I spent probably 5 hours on agenda review type things, not only a couple hours in the actual meeting, but then follow up and back and forth conversations. As you guys know, housing is my thing. It's probably my 5th or 6th housing element. So they are very technical documents, and I did attend the League of Cities housing update that kind of gathered together all the amazingly huge changes coming that have come through and are coming through to us. We've kind of haven't had the chance to do them because of COVID. We've been kind of, but it's, as you can see, we've got some pretty major things, and it's kind of ironic. I'm just making a comment or two first. It's kind of ironic that the state is finally doing what our housing goal talked about, production of housing. So it's, although it's unfortunate that they don't recognize it, how much we've done. But anyway, I did want to just comment that I also spent a while exploring with staff policy 10.2 about local preference and council member elect Marx's possible language, and it's just not possible legally. I do concur with staff on that one. So my other question is, actually questions are, when you say by right within these program descriptions, are you meaning by right court including subjected to the objective standards that we're going to come up with, the URL requirement, the city services requirement, all that kind of stuff? It's not just by right flatly, it's by right with those other things, subject to all those other things.
You have the right to meet our standards.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm understanding that, because it's by itself, by right, is pretty it's strong.
I used an example just in my introduction of a form-based code. A form-based code would be an objective standard where a designer is applying a code standard. Like instead of a setback, it's a build to line, and so you get all of the buildings on a block with the same look and feel because they have a lot of the same features, and those are prescribed by a code. And so form-based code might be a good strategy to develop objective criteria. You end up with the development you want to see, but those projects have a predictable path. They don't go through a public hearing that requires individuals to apply guidelines and standards to a project in a way that might be very subjective.
Yeah. The League's presentation had a really good section on how you do objective standards, and it made sense to me. Okay, so piggybacking on what you just said, we have a very wide variety of sites and housing proposals and different levels of developers. If we had a developer who he had 20% that of the project was affordable, maybe even more. For instance, people self-help housing or something like that, where the whole thing was affordable, but they had, for some reason, they didn't want to follow the by right, path, because they wanted certain kinds of exceptions to our objective standards, or they wanted something else that didn't follow that real strict formula. Are you is staff considering that there might be an alternative process, like we're doing with the energy thing, where if you want natural gas, you have to do there's an alternative thing?
Yes.
You understand my question?
I do, and so what happens is every form-based code I've seen or other objective standards also include a parallel code or an alternative that allows you to pursue a different path towards approval. In those cases, you would have public hearings. Basically the developer would be foregoing their right to that non-discretionary by right process and would sign up for a different process, but it would allow some flexibility in the design and implementation decision making by the Architecture Review Commission, Planning Commission, City Council.
Right. Yeah, because my experience over these last years is that half the time home builders want objective standards. They want to know what they're coming into. They want to know exactly what they're getting into. And the other half the time they want flexibility because they want to be able to do this or that. So being able to have both of those possibilities, at least an option, and it's, to me, really important that we maintain some level of flexibility at the same time we get more objective, like the state is wanting us to do. The third question is to do with timing. And we talked about this a lot. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding that if we have things in the pipeline, which we do, we have all our big specific plans, we have all that going on. We have an item, in fact, coming up that's going to mention the development review process. So how is the current things that are in the pipeline and the agreements we have with our current developers, how does that jive with our, if we were to approve these things, which I mean, HCD is requiring us, so we pretty much have to in state law. So how does that jive with the implementation of this new housing element going forward?
Well, it should dovetail just fine. The timeframes that we have established for the programs, they're aggressive, and we need to meet those. And so, that's a little bit part of the resource discussion. It's also part of the discussion of we got to get going now. But the for specific plans, we've got different options depending on the specific plan. They may have individual changes that we need to make to those plans, or the process may work out just fine. So it's going to take, all of these programs that we're proposing will involve a traditional City of San Luis Obispo process. We're going to do a lot of outreach. We're going to get guidance from the City Council, the Planning Commission along the way. We're going to check in on how things are going and get direction, and then we're going to present you with vetted recommendations that have a lot of input. So just kind of saying that over the top, but those specific plan areas will be ones where we want to make sure that we have everything in place as that development moves forward.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Great. Thank you. That's good for now.
Councilmember Pease.
Thanks, and thanks to my colleagues and to staff. I think just about everything that I was going to either comment on, suggest, or have questions on has already been addressed. So thank you for all of that. I did want to just briefly second Councilmember Stewart's comments about communication and adding in there when we talk about outreach to, especially in Spanish language, about radio, and making sure that we're including resources to be able to do the kind of outreach so we can get our multilingual audiences. on the, I guess the only other one I had was about the proposal for addressing the restrictive language in covenants, in deeds and covenants. So one is a question which is about it seems that there's deeds for the individual property, and then there's CC&Rs. And so it seems like they could, one or the other or both for an individual could have that kind of restrictive language. And so I just want to make sure that our resolution is worded in such a way so that we either add, language in deeds or CC&Rs, or the way the county, the form is actually worded, it just talks about restricted covenants, which could be either in a deed or in a CC&R. So just, thinking that we might want to make sure that we are allowing for the encouragement for both. So we might either add CC&R after deed or just change deed to covenant, restrictive covenant. I guess that's a question.
I would recommend just reference to restrictive covenants rather than specifically calling out CC&Rs. Okay, great. And then I did propose, and I'd like to, if you did have a chance to put that on a slide, I had proposed a couple additional recitals. And these will be for the rest of council to consider, but I wanted to put them up now in case there's public comment on these, which is just to really highlight why these restrictive covenants are so important to address. So the first one, whereas, and this would be like maybe after the fourth recital, whereas restrictive covenants limited property ownership for non-whites, directly contributing to significant wealth inequities experienced today. And I actually recently updated that to say significant wealth inequities and systemic racism experienced today. And whereas restrictive covenants influence land use and settlement patterns throughout the city of San Luis Obispo and surrounding area, creating patterns of racial segregation still experienced today. And that is like people we know in our community who are of color, like remember in the 50s not being able to buy land in San Luis Obispo and having to move to, particular area of Napomo or particular area of Paso. So when we kind of throw up our hands and say, gosh, why are there no people of color here? It's like, well, it's actually like in our lifetimes, the reality of that. And then it would go on from there. So I just wanted to put those up as possible additions.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
That's all I have.
City Clerk, are there any public speakers?
Yes, we have 3. The first one is Vincent Escoto.
Great.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Escoto.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and planning department. My name is Vincent Escoto, and I'm a staff attorney with California Rural Legal Assistance. Our organization provides legal services to low-income individuals and families on a wide range of issues, including fair housing and basic human rights. I first want to thank the department for their hard work with us and revising the housing element. I just wish I could have had some more time to work with them on the housing element update, since there are still some areas that it could improve and areas where it may not be compliant with state housing law. But housing element law requirements are mostly based in the California Government Code, and since the Government Code's mandates are kind of broad, HCD provides general guidance and the floor standard. Both the analyses of the homeless and farm worker populations are still missing some key information from HCD guidance, and both sections in the housing element deserve more analyses altogether, especially considering the local homeless crises and cleanups, and that this is a predominantly agricultural county. Farm worker analysis could have also benefited from more outreach to farm worker communities, which our organization would be happy to help with in the future, but there should have also been more outreach to minority communities such as the Latino Outreach Council. Now, outreach to these communities could also help with the bigger fair housing issues in the city. Since housing element shows that the county is predominantly white, it should also engage in analysis of why that is, or whether complaints in the city reveal discriminatory acts or impacts. Now, housing element law also requires jurisdictions to remove barriers to affordable housing for lower income families, make sites available for low income families, and to plan for alternative means of providing housing, like planning for ADUs. The city plan includes 135 ADUs in its plan for lower income housing, and I would urge you to read our comments on this, and maybe someone from the planning department could provide even more insight, but it seems like the market study that formed the basis for that projection only looked at comparable rents for 4 ADUs in the city to conclude that half of the overall ADUs would be affordable to lower income households. I don't have much time, so I just wanted to urge the council to read our comments on improving code enforcement operations in the city and providing an analysis of known substandard housing conditions in the city to be compliant with state housing law. Now, there's still time before the adoption deadline to address these concerns, and we urge the council to take that time to review our full comments. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Jamie Lewis.
Hello, this is Jamie Lewis. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Thank you. I wanted to applaud the city on pushing the resolution for removing restrictive covenant language from deeds. Thank you for doing it so quickly. And Councilmember Pease, I totally am with you on adopting that, those other couple of recitals. I would like to also offer one more, if it's something that would work. I've spoken with Race Matters, and there is a resolution, possible resolution, that would say something like, whereas while acknowledgement and removal is an important symbolic gesture, the city recognizes that gestures aren't enough and commits to strongly considering recommendations from the DEI task force in regards to inclusion and equity housing. And I know that the DEI section is perhaps redundant, but I think it bears repeating, and especially because really removing restrictive covenants is a very small thing to do. I've done it myself. The city up between 1970 and today, and up until about a month ago, only 8 parcels had a racial covenant removed from 1970 until 2020. I organized with my community to have several of them removed, and we added to that 11. So we more than doubled that amount. It is a very easy process to do. I want to confirm that you said that it's no cost, NO, rather than low cost. We did not have to pay anything other than the fee for the notary. So that's another thing. I just really want to make sure that that is not prohibitive to participating. Also, to answer your question, Councilmember Stewart, there is a bill up that's been authored by several state assembly members to have racial covenants eradicated across the state, henceforth with every transaction. And that will be voted upon in January. I think it's important to note that this is a really personal thing. Not everybody wants to have the covenants removed for historical purposes, which I think is important to consider. Other people see that it's unenforceable and illegal to have them removed, so they don't feel that it's necessary to take any more action. For us, for our family, we decided to remove it because, again, it was a gesture. And I think the most important part of all of this is that people recognize that there are racial covenants at all. It surprises most people, and it shouldn't. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our last speaker is Molly Kern. Okay. There you are.
Hello, Mayor Harmon and council members. This is Molly Kern, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of the SLO Chamber of Commerce. I want to start by thanking your team, and really specifically Rachel, for the time she spent on this item, working with the chamber, working with our members in really the many months leading up to this meeting. We have very few comments tonight because of this thorough engagement. We're supportive of so many of the policies and programs in this draft element, particularly those that will address gaps in missing middle housing that is so key to our community and economic health, and those that will explore flexible density and development of housing around existing services and infrastructure, including those in the Upper Monterey, Mid-Higuera, and downtown core. As we've said at the Planning Commission and previous council meetings, we would also like to see the Foothill Corridor included as an area to explore this flexible density. I believe it's in section 6.6 and 6.12. At your September meeting, we also voiced concerns about sections 7.14 and 15, and so appreciate the thoughtful work, exploration, and changes made to those items. Finally, I'd like to reiterate our support for the regional chapter of each of the housing elements throughout our county. It is an incredible first step, and the cooperation between all of these agencies is, I think, in true spirit of service to residents and future residents. We recognize the amount of work that's been put in up until this point, but also that for some of us, this is really the starting line. And we look forward to continuing to work closely with the city, with builders, with residents to ensure that these homes are in fact built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was our last one.
Thank you, Teresa.
Madam Mayor, if I could, just a couple of points of information. One, with respect to Ms. Lewis's comments, our intention, and I've asked the GIS team to do some work on us, the city identifying perhaps restrictive covenants throughout the city where there is racist language, and perhaps preparing a map and doing a notification. I think to Ms. Lewis's point, there's many people who do not know that they exist. And so our intent is resources permit, proactively notify folks and let them know the process that they can go through to remove them. Notwithstanding that we'll see what comes out of the state legislation. I know Michael and his team probably have perhaps some other comments they want to provide. I'd be remiss if I didn't hop in and remind the council of your council policies and procedures, which say that if the meeting goes past 11 and you haven't concluded, the council will review the balance of the agenda and evaluate whether you want to extend up beyond 11 p.m. or adjourn the meeting to another date and time. So at the appropriate point, Mayor, if you and the council want to move in that direction, staff's happy to take that direction.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Councilmember Christensen? I can't hear you.
I would like to get this whole thing done, and my brain is still working. So I don't know how you're doing, though.
I'm an early to bed, early to rise person. I honestly don't know. I don't know if I can
this is pretty straightforward, and I think from what I'm understanding from people, and the next two items are pretty darn quick and straightforward also. The next item is something we already heard about. So
yeah, I mean, Derek, I have 45 minutes down as the next item time. Can we just condense that to 5 minutes, honestly? I mean,
much quicker than that.
Yeah.
We're able to, for the next item, we're able to make our presentation down to in the 5-minute range.
Promise, Michael?
Yep.
We'll do our best. Yes.
And I do have a few questions on that one too. It's not like a nothing.
Sure.
And it's probably
It's not
5
nothing,
minutes.
but we've heard of it. We've heard it before, so it isn't like a brand new thing. Anyway,
Okay.
that's where I am.
Okay. Erica? Great. Meanwhile, Councilmember Gomez, tucked in bed somewhere, is having some sleep issues.
So did is staff ready to say whatever else they want to say before we get to deliberation?
Yeah, Rachel, I didn't know if you had anything. I had one thing I wanted to mention, but do you have anything you wanted to follow up on?
I don't have anything at this time, so you can go ahead.
I just want to, based on the last comment from Molly Kern, just wanted to highlight in terms of program 6.6 is for flexible density, and we are looking at that for downtown Upper Monterey, Mid-Higuera. I did want to just highlight that Foothill is included in the missing middle project. So flexible density is the one where we are encouraging small units, and those are typically in like mixed use type projects where we're looking for that 600 square feet and lower floor area to accommodate more housing units in those areas. In the Foothill corridor, what we're looking at is our missing middle. So that's in Foothill corridor for the most part is zone R1, single family residential. But we know that those are big properties, big lots. They can accommodate more than a single family home. There's a lot of great design criteria out there, archetypes, schematics for that basically where the architecture reads like a single family home, but it's actually a duplex, a triplex, a quad even. Bungalow courts are very, people are very excited about that concept. I remember Eric Meyer talking about that at one point in the past when we were just launching this process. And so Foothill Boulevard is definitely in the scope of our missing middle project, but flexible density is not as much of a fit for that area. So I just wanted to clarify that, to say that we are definitely looking at Foothill as part of implementation for that program.
And then also, I just want to acknowledge Mr. Escoto's comment about outreach to Latino Outreach Council. Certainly that is something that we'll continue to work on as we think about our outreach efforts. So I just want to acknowledge that comment tonight.
Is our mayor taking a break? Maybe our vice mayor wants to say something. You can.
Yeah, I guess what.
Sorry, I was just getting a snack in the hopes that that would help.
Okay.
Coffee. I wanted to check in to see how folks felt that Jamie Lewis proposed another recital. It seemed acceptable to me, so I don't know how others felt. And then I also wanted to recognize CRLA for all their assistance, participation, and offers of ongoing work. I will certainly continue to look through this latest letter. And Latino Outreach Council ended up not meeting from March all the way through. They only restarted again after COVID to do the online thing last month. So I think there's good opportunity to work with them more consistently and promotores as the program get implemented. All that outreach. So thank you for all of that.
Councilmember Christensen.
Yeah, I thank you, staff and public. I echo Councilmember Pease's comments just now. I'm not going to repeat everything. I'm going to leave it to the rest of you to talk about the resolution because my brain isn't that sharp right now. So Andy, you and Erica take it away. But I am going to basically say about the housing element that I think it's where about as far as it can be. Again, I've spent hours kind of delving into each one of these things and making sure I understood where some of the ones that are pretty radical are going and looking into alternatives where we, on some of the things we directed. And I think staff has responded, including our attorney's office has responded to my satisfaction. So I also am aware that we will be revisiting our housing element and these programs extensively over the next year or two for all these required programs, which means we'll have an opportunity to do cleanup motions if we decide we need to include a little more of this or a little more of that or add a little section. Those types of cleanup stuff to a big element like this, especially with the state changing so much of its laws, is not going to it's normal and it's certainly possible. So I'm not worried about getting it 100% right at this moment. I am concerned about making sure we have an approved housing element in a timely manner. So I'm actually ready to move the staff recommendation number 1 and get that out of the way, and then you guys can talk about the second one in terms of the details, because I can't remember all the things we want to add to it. Is that okay? You ready? So, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move staff recommendation number 1 to adopt the resolution approving the housing element update and as is and as discussed, with the added direction that we direct that the next conservation and open space element update include the update on the historic resource inventory.
I'll second that with a caveat that I would like to, it possibly, I would be interested in the discussion when it gets that time about including the historic resources inventory in the 21-23 financial plan. But I think the motion is good like that, and if we happen to get it sooner, then great.
Great.
So I'll second.
Thank you.
City Clerk?
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Pease,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Mayor Harmon.
Yes, and with that, it passes 4-0.
And then I would
Thank
move,
you, Rachel.
and then I'll move the staff, the second recommendation for the resolution with the addition of the 3 recitals. The first 2 that I proposed, and and I sent you some slightly updated language to staff early this afternoon, so I can send that over. But it does, in talking to some other folks, it does specifically include systemic racism as kind of that is part of the whole. So if everybody's okay with that. And then just clarifying, instead of deed, we mean any restrictive covenant.
And do we take out the word safe at the beginning?
Oh, thank you. And take out the word safe.
It's the only note I made, so.
Good one.
It's in a couple locations, and just for the record, I'll read the other recitals. Whereas restrictive covenants limited property ownership for non-whites, directly contributing to the significant wealth inequities and systemic racism experienced today. And whereas restrictive covenants influence land use and settlement framework throughout the city of San Luis Obispo and surrounding areas, creating patterns of racial segregation still experienced today.
Thank you, Derek.
I'll send those over to the clerk.
Thank you.
I'll second.
City Clerk?
Councilmember Pease,
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Mayor Harmon.
Yes, and that passes 4-0. City Clerk, once you get all that language, I'd love to see a copy of that. I'm guessing maybe all my colleagues would too. Not doesn't have to be, I don't mean right now, but
It'll
tomorrow.
go out tomorrow in the action update.
Great, that sounds great. Thank you so much. Okay. The 5-minute item before us is to consider a specific plan amendment and vesting tentative track map for property located in the San Luis Ranch Specific Plan Community Development Director Cadron and Contract Project Manager John Rickenbach. Please present the report.
All right. So our target here is for a 5-minute presentation. I don't know about a 5-minute item, but we'll do what we can here with the presentation. Just ready for John to come on if he is out there.
I am out here, although my video is not showing, but my audio is. So you may just.
We hear you fine, and everybody's video seems a little jumpy, so I think we're good.
And I think I can share my screen, I hope, right here. You can
We're
see
seeing
that.
it. Yeah.
Can you see the screen?
We can.
Okay, then I think, Michael, you've run the gauntlet here, so I'm going to try to do the 5 minutes.
Thanks,
Okay.
I appreciate it.
No problem. So this is an item you've seen before in different ways. I'll go right through it. What we're trying to do here is, it's a piece of the San Luis Ranch specific plan. I'm going to start with a recommendation, go over what we're trying to do and why we're doing it, what we've done before, and how CEQA fits into that. The recommendation in the resolution you have is to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt a resolution to amend the San Luis Ranch specific plan and approve the vesting tentative tract map associated with this based on findings and conditions of approval. You know the site. It's there between the freeway and Madonna Road. It's 130 acres more or less, and this is a piece of it. It's the piece outlined in blue on this site, which includes the neighborhood commercial portion, or a portion of the neighborhood commercial portion of the site. This is an important slide only in the sense that the specific plan allows up to 580 homes, 250,000 square feet of non-residential. That comes into play for what we're talking about here because we're amending that a bit. The project description is intended, or the project's intended to facilitate an achievable mixed-use commercial and affordable housing project in the neighborhood commercial zone. That's the goal. It has 2 pieces right now: a specific plan amendment and a vesting tentative tract map intended to implement that and set the stage for a development plan that would follow as a separate application if you do approve these actions tonight. I'll go briefly through what each of those components are. The specific plan amendment would increase the residential build out within the entire specific plan from 580 to 654 units. The important part of that is that's to allow a lot more affordable housing units, up to 77 units in the neighborhood commercial zone. Right now, 34 affordable units or in lieu fees are required for that part. So it actually upped that quite a bit. There are other aspects of the specific plan amendment, including updating the design guidelines to allow for more of a mixed-use project in there, more than is explicitly discussed right now. Update some square footage, actually reducing the commercial and office square footage within that area, and would involve moving a community garden location shown in the NC area to the Ag Center area, also within the specific plan, which would allow for this development to occur more logically. The tract map takes a piece of the approved overall tract map and subdivides it into 11 lots on a little over 11 acres. And I'll show you a map of that in a second. Each of those lots is pretty small, less than an acre to less than 3. 10 of the lots are for commercial, 1 is for residential, and it includes a variety of issues you'd expect with the map, including grading, drainage, stormwater, etc. This is a map showing where it is. On the left, that's tract map 3096 that was approved. The final map was approved in November 2018. The circled area is the area we're focused on, and on the right, that's a blow up of that area, which is what used to be lot 7 of the main tract map. Now that's being subdivided into 11 lots. Let's show you that on this slide. A little hard to read. We've turned it to the left now, so north is up to the left. Madonna Road is off the map to the far left. So this is the 11 lots, which right now this is just lines, but this illustrates it. This is not a development plan, but an illustration of how you'd implement that tract map. The light yellow is where the affordable housing component would be on lot 11. The others are all the commercial lots. This is not exactly the development plan that may occur, but it does show what could occur. So you can't really evaluate that, nor are we asking to evaluate the details of this plan at this point. So why are we doing this? Well, the Planning Commission approved a 296 unit multifamily project also within San Luis Ranch back in March. And that project included 26 deed restricted units affordable with very low income housing. Well, at that time, Planning Commission encouraged more affordable housing in the overall specific plan. They also encouraged a mixed use project within the neighborhood commercial zone. So there was a condition in there that basically said, hey, if there's a project that could come forward with a neighborhood commercial that's buildable, then we could transfer the 26 deed restricted units within the multifamily to this site. So if that were to occur, and that was encouraged to occur by the Planning Commission, that would lead to the actions we're talking about today, and that is occurring. As a result, the proposed project here would include 64 to 77 affordable units. That is to say, anywhere from 4 to 17 more affordable units than if the project were not built. But it also means is that the 26 affordable units in question in the multifamily then would become market rate units. Not going to go through this slide much, except for to say the project is consistent with housing element goals related to affordable housing, as we've just talked about, and a range of other issues in regulatory documents. There's an attachment to the agenda report that goes into some detail on this. Relative to affordable housing, I'm not going to go into this slide too much because it's pretty dense, except for to say San Luis Ranch specific plan and development agreement require affordable housing to be consistent with housing element policies, which are trying to encourage as much affordable housing as possible. The next slide really illustrates, I'll skip this one too and go right to this chart. What this is showing is what the development agreement says needs to be built in terms of affordable housing within San Luis Ranch. That is to say, 68 total units, 34 of which would be in the residential zones, that's NG 10, 23, and 30. The other half in the neighborhood commercial. Significantly, those 34 neighborhood commercial could be satisfied with in lieu fees. So you might get actually only 34 affordable units total as it stands right now. What's proposed is a little different. Here's what it is now. Here's what's proposed. In the neighborhood commercial, now you would have actually built anywhere from 64 to 77 units. None in the NG30, except for through the design that they are multifamily and relatively less expensive than some other units. Net result, instead of maybe 68 right now, 34 to 68, you would get 72 to 85. So you would have more affordable housing units. These next couple of slides, I won't go into any detail, except for I know there was a question about what percentage of the housing was actually going to be affordable. This is as proposed and shows the distribution, but the bottom line on the right-hand column, you can see in red, 13% of the total overall units within the 654 would be affordable. That compares to this one, which is to say, what if you didn't do this project and paid in lieu fees for neighborhood commercial, have a little under 6% of all housing being affordable, 13 versus 6. So the CEQA process to get us there. Well, we went through an EIR back in 2017. There was a supplement in 2018. Actually, council adopted an addendum just a couple of months ago to deal with some traffic mitigation requirements would be modified, which reflected the development project that is being considered right now. So we're using that addendum to satisfy CEQA, and the project would be required to incorporate all the mitigation measures from all the environmental documents approved. As I said at the beginning, subsequent development plan review would be necessary if you approve this project with the details that include with any development plan. And that would need to go through ARC and Planning Commission for their approval, but you would facilitate that through these regulatory actions. This I'm not going to get into a lot of detail, but the Planning Commission did put up a few things they wanted to see in the development plan if and when it comes forward, all related to design issues and parking, compatibility, all those kinds of issues that would make for a better development, but those are not under consideration today because those are development plan actions. But for you to be aware, those are things Planning Commission was thinking about. These are detailed within the staff report. And back to the recommendation that we recommend you adopt the resolution approving the specific plan amendment and the track map. Also want to note in the staff report, in the recommendation, it actually refers to an ordinance in there, which is incorrect. There's no ordinance involved. That was a remnant from an earlier draft of the staff report. And with that, I hand it back to the council.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease, you said you had some questions?
I do. Thank you so much. And I sent these ahead of time to Michael, so maybe they'll be easy to go over. So the first one is there was a, when they talked about the traffic impact mitigations, there was a reduction that said, gosh, for these two intersection improvements, I think it was like Prado and South Higuera and Tank Farm and South Higuera, that they didn't need to do it because the traffic impacts were less. But they're showing, and this was on page 340, that the number of employees went down to from 842 down to 624. I assume that that's why the traffic impacts were reduced, but that seems disproportionate to how much the actual square footage of commercial space was reduced.
So I'll take a shot at answering that. Michael, you can add on to that. In the specific plan as originally adopted, it could have allowed up to, under the general plan, 200,000 square feet of commercial and 150,000 square feet of office. It also referred in the specific plan to lower numbers. When the addendum was prepared and the traffic study built off that addendum, I believe, although Luke could confirm this, that the reduction was more proportional based on those larger numbers that were in the specific plan. But I also think that the traffic wasn't based specifically on the employment, but on square footage reductions. So
that was the clarification.
That was the concept here.
Yeah, sorry to talk over you, John. That was the clarification I heard earlier today from Luke, that those traffic generation numbers were based on just the square footage. The employment information was there, but that's not actually the basis for the trip calculation.
So is the square footage then not the adjustment that we're seeing in this one, the 150 to 139,000, but from the 200,000 to the 139,000? Is that what's going on there? So it sounds like it oversized it before, because if the current
worst case scenario for the EIR, we always look at the worst case scenario and to understand those impacts. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and so then the follow-up question on that, so it sounds like they aren't going to have those impacts. Is the fair share amount, it just seemed kind of small. Is it tied to a point in time of some years ago about how much that traffic would have improved? Or
we have current cost estimates for those projects. Yeah, and plans, and they're, they were pretty well developed.
Okay.
And it's those are projects that they may be triggered at some point before 2035, but they're considered right now, they're cumulative projects, and so that's
okay.
The 2035 reference. We know they're going to be required by the time the general plan builds out, and they may be triggered in advance of that by an individual project.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then the next question is, there's in the guidelines for the specific plan, they talk about mixed use, horizontal and vertical mixed use to improve the walkability and the neighborhood feel and all those kinds of things that we love about mixed use. And this layout is considered a horizontal mixed use, but to me, it looks like, kind of a housing project next to kind of a nicely done strip mall. And so that doesn't feel like that's actually getting at that mixed use intent. And I'm wondering if we need to add some language now or direction, because I know it's not the actual development, but what it's looking like is not what I had in mind for what mixed use would be.
So right, and that was the. Sorry, go ahead,
Michael. You go for it. I'll add if I have to.
Sorry. Without your video, it's hard to pick up exactly where you're at. But I'll jump in and just say that this was something that was discussed in some detail and length with the Planning Commission. I think some of the input and guidance that they've provided is intended to address this issue. I'll say that. The site plan, and yeah, John, it'd be great if you could pull up that slide that houses it. When we look at it at this bird's eye level and look down on the site, really sort of emphasizing the fact that this is a commercial subdivision, these are commercial lots, and then in the corner, you have that the residential project, and I understand, how that looks in this view, and the way that I've worked with the developer on the design here, and then also what we discussed with the Planning Commission, are just some things to consider. One is that this lot 11, the affordable housing site, it's in the back corner of the project, of the commercial component, but it's also adjacent to and integrated to a degree with the residential neighborhood. And so if you're living in the multifamily or you're living in that adjacent, the small lot single family residential, you are neighbors, and there is a pathway, multiple pathways that connect those areas, and people are going to be going from the neighborhood to the commercial area to shop and whatnot, and vice versa. The residents that are living over in Lot 11 are going to be coming over into the San Luis Ranch neighborhood to use the neighborhood park, to get to the ag center, to get to the nice crossing over to Laguna Lake Park. There's a variety of different reasons for there to be that kind of communication or use to basically move between those sites. And so I think that once it's constructed in real life, it will feel more integrated than it looks on this plan. Another thing that we've done is made sure that the vast majority of the commercial circulation avoids the residential. There's no reason for somebody who's going to be shopping at any of these pads really to be down in the area of the residential. That area is parking just for the residential, and the main driveways in and out of the project are not in this area. So the one driveway that's by Lot 11 is not like a primary access for commercial development, and that's really going to be where residents come and go.
And one thing I'll add to that.
Go ahead, John.
Another thing to add is that there's constraints because of the airport land use plan. And so the housing has to be designed in a way to minimize potential impacts. And you can see on this graphic where the safety zone ends, there's a no build zone for actual buildings in there that can't be built. So that all comes into play as well.
Is everything, are all the commercial blocks single story as currently envisioned?
We have to ask the developer or the applicant to speak to that. I believe there may be.
Okay, well, let me just aim shoot a little higher on that. Is our approval tonight kind of locking in because of the tracks, locking in this kind of pattern of development, or do we get some opportunity during development to go, gosh, if we made this a two-story, a little bit more clustered on this one, and then actually had a little plaza and have this thing not be quite so car-centric, could we do that still, or does that need to get worked out at this level tonight?
Yeah,
or some other day if we want to put this
right
off.
So I have some flexibility to determine that a final map is in substantial compliance or conformance with the council approval. And then the final map actually would come back to the city council. That's a non-discretionary decision when a final map comes back to you. So the opportunities are limited. I can't add lots or take lots away, but we can move lot lines around to a certain degree to achieve compliance with standards or direction from the council. But this is the basic pattern that they are proposing to develop. And so a wholesale change, would be something that would take more time to work through.
I'm not really understanding what the objection is to this, Councilmember Pease. Maybe I wasn't focused as much as I should have been, but are you not liking it because it's this kind of what you say horizontal mixed use, and it doesn't feel like that mixed use where they're actually like next to each other or on top of each other and that kind of thing?
Yeah, it feels very 80s in that we're doing like a Marigold Center with an apartment building next to it. Nicely done.
Yeah, I look at it more as the mid-state dollar store, which used to be the other the grocery store, Okimomo. That was one of the first mixed uses, and the same thing happened. This planning commission and the council approved the very first mixed use zoning. That was it, and the very first mixed zoning that we got was this horizontal thing, and everybody went, "Wait, we thought we would get these stacks of buildings," and and it turned out that actually that works really well with the commercial in the front along the Pratt traffic, and then residences in the back having more of a little neighborhood, but they very much relate to each other in terms of parking sharing and in terms of the folks who were living back there being able to access the coffee shops and the grocery store that was there and the restaurants and that kind of thing. So I'm not personally as concerned if that's what you're talking about. I'm not quite sure if I'm getting that right, but that's kind of where I am with that. Being flexible about mixed use, but everybody's got their own thing.
Well, oh, I see Erica.
Yeah, I was going to say is I actually really liked the idea of the affordable housing not feeling so separate in a sense. The fact that it would kind of feel a little bit more like part of the neighborhood was a good feel, because I look at on Broad, you go where it's the Black Horse Broad area or the Okimomo area. They did the two different opposite styles, and it doesn't seem to be a big difference between the two as far as how people interact in those homes or in the housing or the buildings. The only thing I would say is that in the buildings, when they're empty in the, by Fire Station 1, it really does look empty then, and it looks like we have a big vacancy problem versus when you have a few empty intermixed with the area over by Black Horse. So I don't know if that matters at all to us as far as what that looks like. I don't know if that's a part of our discussion really even. But anyway, just seeing that we have the no build zone as big as it is, I don't know how it can't be car centric though. That's where looks like we need to have the parking settled.
Yeah, I would say both of those projects are good examples of that horizontal mixed use, and we've seen different examples in the city over the years. The difference here that I just want to highlight and make sure everybody's sort of calibrated is just the size of this project is quite a bit larger than those. And this is a regional, this isn't a regional shopping center. This is a this will serve the neighborhood, but it'll also draw people in because this is a major one-on-one interchange, and you've got some larger box stores in the area. That'll Target is right down Froome Ranch Way from here. So there's going to be a lot of regional traffic in the area, and so this design solution I think does a good job of connecting the affordable housing to the neighborhood to the best degree possible.
Well, I'm not sure what to do here. I just might be in the minority. It's almost midnight. I feel like we're going to stick ourselves with kind of a not particularly innovative in alignment with that mixed use intent. It's gone through a process, so if others are comfortable with it, and there's a little bit of flexibility in terms of once it goes to planning commission. But otherwise, honestly, I'd probably say no, because I don't think that this does us long-term good design. And I don't know, maybe it wouldn't shift a lot, but it doesn't feel like what I had thought that we could be doing. So.
And Councilmember Pease, I just offer that there's a lot of constraints that the design solutions were somewhat limited in that this also resides within the overall specific plan, the constraints around the overflight with the Airport Land Use Commission, and so a lot of the platting and lot configuration was really kind of driven by a lot of externalities, and so I hear what you're saying. I think that there's some design work that can be done so that this is more integrated into that single family neighborhood and doesn't feel like a apartment building plopped down in the middle of a shopping center. And so if that's what the council wants to provide, Michael, I don't know if we have some discretion tonight in terms of the conditions or that it's brought forward with, that we can give direction to a subsequent architectural review.
Yeah, well, I think we have an applicant presentation to get to, and then maybe some questions to the applicant along those lines to see what they might suggest or what they can share. They're definitely, we have not seen any kind of vertical design on the site or on these buildings yet, and so there is more process in front of us, but in terms of the site planning, because this is a subdivision, we're going to be much more limited there in terms of moving buildings around.
And I'd like to add one more thing. I have a slide up right now that sort of gets at the same issue that some of the Planning Commission had talked about. They wanted to make sure when the development plan came back that there were certain things that would be designed in to try to address some of the mixed use policy issues and how to ensure compatibility. And so there were a lot of issues that are actually baked into the resolution that they had, and actually yours too, that essentially memorialize the Planning Commission going to scrutinize the project to make sure it can be designed as best as possible within the constraints of the site. That's what we're showing here up on this slide.
So maybe there's some way to include language to revisit design to include more alignment with the goal of vertical mixed use as per the specific plan.
Well, and that's exactly what the Planning Commission is going to have to look at when they consider possible project approval. And that was, maybe it doesn't come as explicitly across here, but that was the same question they asked themselves.
I guess it's just that the tracks,
with that, yeah.
by setting the tracks this way, I feel like you're tying your own hands and being, the developers tying their own hands and being able to actually make that happen. So.
As Michael says, it might be useful for the applicant. I know Rachel Kovesdy is here and may speak to some of these issues briefly.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great. I'll sit tight. I think I've asked Mike, and I guess, it's maybe an obvious question, but as we keep talking about this 64 to, these possible 17 units, it'd be great to have them, but we might not get any extra, right? I mean, I'm glad that they're getting built rather than in lieu fees, because I know that's always a struggle, but I was wondering if we could get any more certainty about those 17, or if that's just kind of a bait, like, oh yeah, hey, there might be,
Well, there are representatives from People's Self-Help Housing. I don't know if they plan to speak, but maybe you can describe the design development process and how these kinds of projects get designed in order to be successful in the tax credit funding process. And the number of units and the amount of funding, there's a lot of things that go into that equation. Obviously, the amount of space that's available and the livability and all the amenities that you're trying to provide. And so this range has been, I think, provided because that work hasn't been done yet, but they'll be able to give more input.
And I feel like my colleagues we're going to lose everyone. Does this make sense to continue and finish it up, Mayor, Councilmember Christensen?
I feel like I'm done. Like I get up so early. I can't stay awake much longer. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm really trying here, but
maybe poorly planned on. Sorry.
So, I mean, if this needs to be discussed at more length, then we should we'll have to bring it back.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like, Andy, I don't want you to feel like because it's midnight, we can't have this conversation. I trust you as an architect to have the kind of insight that you're offering here tonight. I feel kind of out of reserves in terms of processing it. So I think I don't know if we could go on to have 2 or 3 more people present, so to speak, and then we still have another item of which I see people on our list that have been waiting as long as we have to get to that item as well. So why don't we're going to have to just bring this agenda item back and move on to the final item.
Can I make a suggestion, Madam Mayor? I would suggest, because at this point, your options are limited. You either have to continue this to a date certain, or you're going to have to move this or you're going to have to hold a special meeting, or we're going to have to put, and if you're unwilling to do that, then we're going to need to push this out to probably March of 2021, because that's where your calendar currently frees up. So I would recommend, just based upon what I'm hearing, to try to see if there's an ability to continue over the next couple days. I know people's calendars are full. We're getting towards the holiday season, but just not seeing much options otherwise.
We're not going anywhere for Thanksgiving. We're in purple.
Yeah, I got nothing but time.
Yeah, and we might be able to, if I would be happy to deal with this now, because I think that there are enough site constraints that we aren't going to have a whole lot of leeway, but I don't want to have somebody voting one way or the other just because they're tired or they are just not comfortable. So I get that part too. So yeah.
Can I be so bold to suggest, is there a possibility to continue to tomorrow evening?
Yeah, it's fine with me.
We have a planning commission meeting tomorrow night, so I'm not sure
only you. No.
Michael, do you have a conflict or?
Planning commission tomorrow night, so I'm not sure what challenges that presents for the clerk or anybody else, but we can manage.
We'll make
CD
it work.
can manage the 2 meetings. We can separate staff and be at both those places.
And I can make it for tomorrow evening.
And I'm sorry. I mean, I feel like maybe it's only like 5 more minutes, but I just kind of feel like.
No, this is important. We don't want anyone to feel rushed.
Then let's do it. But it honestly is starting to feel like no offense to anybody at all, like the meeting from hell. Like it feels like it's going to end, and then it just like it's not ending. So I just do feel like I want to be honest and clear about my cognitive and ability to really be fully participatory.
Okay, what time then? What time are we talking about?
It's 11:53. You want
I know
to?
what time it is now. What time are we talking about tomorrow?
6 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, the only thing I have to add, and I'm sorry, is we will not be able to stream 2 meetings to YouTube and on Channel 20 with Planning Commission and City Council competing. So we'll just have to make a choice of which one's not going to be.
What time does Planning Commission start? Why can't we start at 5 and be done?
They can start at 5.
Okay, we could do that. That would work.
Do we have to note, but is that enough time to notice?
There's the requirement in the Brown Act is we just need to post a continuance notice of tonight's meeting.
Yeah, first thing in the morning.
Okay, just making sure.
All right, 5 o'clock. We'll definitely be done in an hour.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Is that okay, Mayor?
Sounds great.
I'm sorry, we probably should have called it an hour ago. So it's totally.
Well, I didn't have these kinds of questions. I had no idea that you had these questions. If I'd known, I would have changed. I would have said something different. But that's okay. We know what we're aiming at. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Is that it?
So Mayor Harmon, just for purposes of tonight, so I would just recommend that the council, by motion, just adjourn the meeting to 5 p.m. November 18th. And
Wait, to interrupt you, but not the whole meeting. I mean, I would love to end the meeting, except that I have some sensitivity. I see people that are on our meeting tonight.
Yeah, we want to finish the last item. Yeah.
Okay. All right. My apologies.
So I hope that 18, we can just and hopefully, in my opinion, pass it, whatever. But I just would. terrible that folks have been waiting, whatever it's been, 6 hours to speak on that
So
item.
we'll just move this meeting, this
item number
item
7
till tomorrow. Continue this item till tomorrow at 5. All
Correct.
in favor? Yeah.
Do we need to do a vote on that, Derek? No. Yes?
You can do that if just so there's a
All in-
motion.
So moved.
Yes.
Any
Aye.
vote? Okay,
Aye.
great. And then the next business item before us is to consider adopting
Thank
a
you,
resolution
Michael.
establishing city support for HR 1384, the Medicare for All Act of 2019. City Manager Johnson will please present the report.
Great, thanks, Madam Mayor. I just have about an hour for staff report this evening.
We're all
I
going to
will-
need Medicare. We're going to need healthcare and mental health care and all of that. This is speaking to the need for Medicare for all. Continue.
Hey,
on.
my first three or 4 years on this council, we went to midnight all the time. So
All right, well, thank you, Mayor. I'll run through the presentation. Teresa, if you can put it, just go to the second slide. I'm going to stop there and, oh. So this is a consider adoption of the resolution, and then staff we're here to entertain any questions that the council has. I won't go through a thorough staff report. We modeled it after a couple resolutions that we identified. We did not do a full analysis, and so this is available for your action.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. And I don't see any colleagues' hands, but I do believe there must be, I think there's some public comment. Teresa, is that the case?
No, ma'am, no one has signed up to make public comment.
Okay, they're just here to bear witness. All right. I would like to, any discussion? If there's no discussion, I'd like to move staff's recommendation to adopt this resolution. We've already had a little bit of discussion about it, but I think COVID's made it clear how important this is. So I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Stewart. City Clerk?
Mayor Herman,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen,
no.
Councilmember Pease.
Yes.
All right, then with that, it passes 3-1. And anybody have any liaison reports or council communications? Great. In that case, we will adjourn. So we will see you tomorrow night at 5 o'clock to continue the item 17. And then the next regular city council meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, December 1st at 6 p.m. via teleconference. And that is our swearing in, correct? Derek, there's no other items that evening, correct? So unfortunately, this year we will not be able to have our usual gathering for the swearing in. So we invite you to please join us there on teleconference. All right. Thank you all so much. Meeting adjourned.
Good night.
Night, everybody.
Thanks.
Bye. Bye.